Uh, Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. It's probably going to be a fairly schizophrenic day. I'm choosing to go kick the hornet's nest because it could be fun. But I think we're going to get to do a series, or we're going to get to do a mind map. That should be pretty fun, actually. That should be interesting. I don't know if you guys remember me doing a mind map for the Game of Thrones stuff, but I should probably pull that up. And let me find it. Microsoft Paint. Microsoft Paint. Pictures. Here we go. Let's do it real quick. All right. King Solidus, good morning. Good morning. So while we're warming up, while I'm waiting for a few more people in chat, I'm gonna go ahead and basically show you the old school mind map that I had of the Game of Thrones characters analogy that we did. Let's just pretend that we're starting from scratch and you guys don't even know what Game of Thrones is. Game of Thrones is like a grim, dark fantasy setting where a bunch of crazy stuff happens where, you know, they got dragons and they got knights and it's based off of medieval history and there's sex and there's drama and there's murder and there's intrigue. And what's really going on is people are vying for clout and power, but their whole thing is that, like, if they succeed, they become incredibly wealthy and powerful within a feudal society. But it's still a brutal society. And then if they fail, they often end up dead in horrible ways. So, you know, they kind of call it Game of Thrones because it's a game to be played where the stakes are the highest thing possible. Now, I would say that Twitch and YouTube politics has comparably low stakes. It's just your reputation. It's just a little bit of money. It's not that big of a deal. Like, don't lose any sleep over it. That's for sure. But I think that I analogized. There was something called Robert's Rebellion in the Game of Thrones series. It actually backs up like the main books, and that entire beef, I analogized it in here. So what we have is we have Destiny. Why is my mic peaking so easily? Maybe I need to turn it down a little bit. I don't know. Let me know if this volume is okay. But Steven has been throwing his weight around for a while, which is kind of unfortunate. I think, like, 5 years ago, a lot of us thought it was funny. A lot of us thought it was like cute. A lot of us thought it was just part of the space. That, it's Twitch and YouTube politics. You throw your weight around. Some of the greatest moments in Twitch and YouTube politics are where people were throwing their weight around. Hasan Piker criticizing Destiny for being like a Kamala shill. Probably all the way back in, like, I don't know, what 2019, 2020. He was calling Kamala like a cop, like a shitty cop, and they had like a beef over this. And then there was clearly some like jealousy and anger and frustration between Hasan and Destiny. Then there was, I'm trying to think of what else. The serfs. We brought up the serfs the other day. There was the Trihex drama. There was the N-word drama. And I think the Mr. Girl in Lav arc was probably the most like dramatic one. But, whatever. Who cares, right? The point is that, like, beefs and throwing elbows were very common in the space beforehand. And the Twitch and YouTube political scene was very similar to that. Purple Perry Gaming says, can you add me to the mind map? I don't know, Purple Perry. I think you might be an infantryman for some faction, and aren't you someone who is often cited as a schizo infantryman? All right, but anyways, let's talk about the way that things used to be, I suppose. Okay, so Stephen, I analogized to the Mad King, who started Robert's Rebellion. Pixie, I analogized to Lyanna Stark, who also, yeah, I miss Jen. I wish she didn't get eaten by a 14-foot alligator. You know, sometimes I can still imagine her typing in chat. Sometimes it's like I can still hear her voice, but, you know, unfortunately, she was killed by a 14-foot alligator. The so Rose is Lyanna Stark, Pixie is Martell Lady, Darius is Jaime Lannister, Food Shops is the Mountain, Dan Saltman is Tywin Lannister, Doobie is Varys the Spy Master, Chud Logic is Lionel Baratheon, J Stock is I think that's Robert. I think that's actually a young Robert. Queeman, Esports Batman, Nicandros. I've either analogized them to Baratheon loyalists or what are these guys? I forget what these guys are named, but they're the Kraken. And then Hassan Piker, Mike from PA, Frogan, and Bad Bunny are the Martells of Dorne. Then I analogized us to the Tyrells. I'll explain that momentarily. And then Pisco and Straighter Raid. I forgot that Straighter Raid was on here. Pisco and Straighter Aid were... What is this guy's name? Remy Baratheon? Riley Baratheon? Rory Baratheon? I forgot this guy's name, okay? And then Vosh. And allow me to explain. So the whole beef was that in Game of Thrones, that there was a civil war over a woman, Lyanna Stark, right? And what really this is over is Steven sharing a decent amount of homemade pornography with a character that he thought was Rose. Renly, thank you, iCup. So this is all about the past 2 years, the court case, the sexual fallout, the dramatic fallout, the explosion of friendships, the people distancing themselves from Steven and then gently coming back in. This is really all about Steven sharing homemade pornography with a character named Rose. Now, Rose is actually a 26-year-old man from the United Kingdom who was pimping out a 17-year-old girl from Texas. I shit you not. It is just true that regardless of everything else that's happening, Steven was in communication with a 26-year-old man from the United Kingdom who was posing as a 17-year-old girl from Texas. Steven didn't know that she was 17, allegedly. But that's it. And so he shared all this like homemade pornography with this person. And then as a result, after a year or two, when that person got sick of Steven, didn't like his politics, didn't like him on a personal level, didn't whatever, they just leaked it to the internet. And so part of the leaks was the Martell conflict, which is Pixie. Pixie is suing Destiny for leaks. And, basically that's the court case that we're going to be taking a look at today once we move away from my schizo map. Now, what happened is using the Rose leaks as a casus belli, as a case for war, for why Steven is such a bad guy and he is deserving of derision. He is not worthy of leading the Seven Kingdoms. And let's be clear, the Seven Kingdoms in this case are Twitch and YouTube politics / liberal Twitch and YouTube politics. Okay? And I probably need to do a mind map for why that's important in a second. But it's J-Stock's rebellion. So J-Stock was dating a girl was interested and friends with a girl named Sherry, who was also a part of the leaks. And he made a decision that it was like, okay, well, we're going to, I hate Steven now. Okay. I hate Steven now. I think he's a bad guy. I think he's one of the worst guys in Twitch and YouTube politics. I'm going to dedicate my digital media career to attacking Steven endlessly. And he's recruited a series of people who also dislike Steven. Okay. Rao Kitnaus was his editor for a long time. Sabisexual was a schizophrenic. that emailed the 17-year-old girl in Texas a whole bunch in order to get her involved in the court case. Queeman has been a vociferous critic of Steven since the who is it? Who's the trans girl? Who's a trans girl that was selling bathtub hormones? Who's the girl? Keffels. Oh man, who could forget about Keffels? Okay. So Queeman has hated Steven since Steven refused to crush Keffels back in the day. Esports Batman is a lawyer who used to be a Destiny loyalist, but then decided that he actually hated Steven as well, and he provided legal consultation to JStock and legal analysis. And then Nicandros and Shamu were just drama frogs who were hanging out in JStock's server. And they tried to find the personal identifiable information of Tectone or Tectone's alt, because Tectone is a right-wing creator who was sexually harassing his ex-girlfriend. Can I show you something crazy? Can I show you something even crazier? See, here's the thing. So who is it? Somebody says, Randy Chang says, are Twitch and YouTube politics even important? This whole thing has me wondering. Can I show you how crazy this entire thing is? So, Nicandros and Shamu are two internet schizophrenics who tried to find the personal identifiable information of either Tectone or Tectone's moderator who was sexually harassing Pinky Chew. Can I show you who Pinky Chew went on a date with recently? Pinky Chew, the Tectone's ex, and somebody who was tangentially related to this drama, successfully seduced on an internet TV show A-list hip-hop superstar and believed ephebophile Drake. Yes. So when you're like, hey, does this shit matter? On one hand, I just want to say, no. It's all schizophrenia. This is all weird internet personalities trying to shred each other for money, clout, and influence. But then we have like weird tangential shit like the people in the space who are actual superstars who are being defended and fought over, and their power, money, and clout is being fought over. They end up in the A-list space, or they end up in the fucking politics space. Like when you say, does this matter? No. Like, so much of it is like schizophrenia and backstabbing and sexual impropriety and all this fucking bullshit. But then, yeah, it's Drake. Yeah, just in case you're later in the VOD. So, but then it ends up bleeding over into reality. You can watch Hasan Piker, Surfs TV, Mindwaves, Pixie, and a bunch of other people on a weird Twitch and YouTube political debate 5 years ago. And yet, Hasan Piker, who is on that Twitch and YouTube political panel debate show, is now working with actual members of Congress, actual senators, and actual people in the real world. So yeah, yes, unfortunately, all of the silly schizophrenia that I have been describing to you for the past like 10 minutes, yes, it ends up affecting the real world. It is so crazy. Back to my schizophrenia real quick. So anyways, now Chud Logic, the main reason why he's on this map, I did use Lionel Baratheon, the Laughing Storm, as a as this mind map model. But the reason why he's here is because he was a Destiny former Orbiter, but that relationship has frayed. And then not just that, he is viewed as a clout nexus for all these drama people to kind of collect around, but he refuses to go into open war with DGG and Destiny. He would rather cover, black people getting shot by law enforcement, internet pedophiles, random drama between him and Nicholas Diorio. He would rather cover anything except for the Twitch and YouTube political space. So, then, now Hasan Piker, the reason why he's down here and he's a part of the Martell family, he's not related to Pixie or anything, but I was just trying to do an analogy into the Game of Thrones series. The reason why he's down here and separate is because the Martells in Dorne, they're kind of like a part of the Game of Thrones series, and they are a more prominent faction in the books. Like they're mentioned a lot more in the books, and political calculations involve them a lot more in the books. But realistically, they're in the South doing their own thing a majority of the book. And that's how I feel about Hasan Piker in reference to this drama. He will throw elbows at Destiny, on occasion, and he will, get pissed off about it. And Mike from PA Frogan and Bad Bunny, I think Bad Bunny's gone now, but they will on occasion criticize Steven. But realistically, they're in the South doing their own thing. They're not in open war. They just hate each other. Same thing with the king beyond the wall, Vosh. He went into his fortress arc. He fled into the north. He put a giant wall between him and the rest of Twitch and YouTube politics. And as a result, he's up there in the far north with Demon Mama, who has a partner who likes to be animals. For those of you who don't remember, Vosh used to be a debater of Destiny before he fled beyond the wall into his fortress arc. And then not only that, he had an orbiter named Demon Mama, a trans woman, who had a partner named Doe. And Doe was a self-identifying deer with its pronouns. I shit you not. And so that's why I made Demon Mama a warg, and I made Doe the animal controlled, the animal controlled by the warg. Classic. So how is this on Valor? Because I plan on being very fair and very balanced, and I plan on using sanitized terms the entire time, and I also plan on... Oh, yeah. Vosh fleeing beyond the wall is even funnier now that he's fled to Sweden. True. He truly is the king beyond the wall. He is a man who has fled the 7 kingdoms of Twitch and YouTube politics and now makes his living in the frozen wastes. Anyways. And then the reason why I drew... We'll finally get to the cog. Give me a second. So what Pisco has done is he's had his own rebellion. But in my opinion, he's taking his time. He's not gunning for the kingdom. And that's what Renly? Yeah, I think it's Renly. Renly Baratheon was kind of famous for. He assembled a great host. He assembled a great host, and he started marching for King's Landing. But basically, he was taking his time going for King's Landing, because Pisco's gay. I disavow you, B for Brian. I disavow you. It's because he's gay, isn't he? No, it's not. To my knowledge, Pisco is straight. Anyways, but they like hosted tournaments and feasts, and they assembled a great host, and they had the capacity to go into open war against King's Landing at any time, but they took their sweet fucking time doing it because they didn't want to commit their forces and lose a ton of armies. And then the cog over here. So finally we get to the cog. Although I did make Food Shops the mountain, because Food Shops is kind of in my opinion, like a mercenary. Not a mercenary, but someone who fights in Tywin Lannister's name, while having possible, probable disavowal from the king themselves, and they attack the opponents to the king with viciousness, but but they have plausible deniability to the kingdom. And truth is that Steven has kept a closer relationship with food shops, but Dan Saltman and Mooten and Steven, as loyalists to the kings, they're allowing the king to continue to use food shops as a plausibly deniable warrior in the Snarker War, the Snarker Rebellion. So, what's funny about this is we had the cog. I think we were most analogous to it's the Tyrells. So the Tyrells were people. No, Fellrunner isn't Reek. No, and Fellrunner isn't even an open rebellion against the kingdom. If anything, Fellrunner is kind of like I don't think we ever really saw anybody like this. But if there was an advisor within the Tyrell household that was still trying to be relatively favorable towards the monarchy, and that is, that he would be like an advisor, a Tyrell advisor here with tentative ties to the king, but realistically a solid tie to the cog and still being a loyalist to the cog. So what is funny here, and people are pointing this out, is the cog or the Tyrells. And for those of you who don't know, their symbol is the rose. They have like a wildly fertile agricultural powerhouse in, I think, the South or the West or something like that. Grassroots hegemon was Olenna Tyrell. He insisted upon being Olenna Tyrell. He was at this time a substantial oiler of the chat. He still is. He still donates quite a bit. So I'm not trying to diminish Grassroots hegemon's role in the cog at all, but he has said that he is upset that we have been taken over by the snarkers. And then Horse God, I think he donated like $10 or $20 so he could be shown as hot pie. Like, I don't know why, but he donated 10 or $20 so he could be depicted as hot pie, who is a fat kid who escapes King's Landing, and he's really good at baking bread, and he's just trying to survive the war. And that's Horse God. That's who Horse God donated 10 or $20 in order to be depicted as. So hold on one second. I need to take my sip of tea. So what's happened? If I was to update this mind map, funnily enough, I think that I would be able to update this mind map relatively easily. But I'm just going to describe it for you instead of actually drawing it for the sake of momentum. What's happened is, because I found out that, let's just say that we replaced Destiny with the Mad King, and we instead made it like Joffrey Baratheon, the bastard incestuous, the bastard incestuous child of Jaime Lannister and his sister Cersei. It's funny that incest is involved in this as well. The analogy of Jaime and Cersei Lannister's incest is, I found out that Steven was engaged in pseudo-incestuous sexual role play, and that was too freakish even for me. I was just like, nope, I'm good. I'm out. Fuck this. Okay? So Jaime and Cersei Lannister's incestuous infidelity in Game of Thrones is one of the background things. And I would say Brit was my version of finding out about Cersei and Jaime Lannister in this map. And so as a result, what ended up happening, and I kind of talked about this with the cog, was that we were slowly but surely besieging the Stormlands. During Robert's Rebellion, the Tyrell household, they attacked the Stormlands, But in the TV show and in the books, what is mentioned multiple times is that they're not trying to win. Okay, they're sieging Storm's End, and they're trying to starve out the rebels, but they don't really care. They're just trying to survive. They don't want to waste all of their forces. They don't want to waste all of their energy. They don't want to waste all of their men. They don't want to waste all of their money. They don't want to waste all of their food in order to determinatively help out, determine an outcome in Robert's rebellion. And so that's kind of where we were before, was we were gently choking in a tactful way the Storm's End, the Baratheons. But what has happened is, since I found out about the incestuous role play that I'm going to analogize to Cersei and Jaime Lannister banging each other, I declared secession from the king. I said, nah, I'm not a part of this anymore. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. This is what you were doing. Eat a dick, right? So what's happened as a matter of fact, fuck it. Grassroots is here, so I think he'll get a kick out of this. I think he'll get a kick out of this drawing. Let's open up Paint. And can I just drag the drawing here? Will this work? Yay, it worked. Okay, so what ended up happening is... Oh, man, we could update this with Christian Valeris and Jen Winkler and everybody. Oh, man, this is my favorite kind of schizophrenia. Who is the Night King? Abdul Al-Sayed. Zoran Mandani. Zoran Mandani is the Night King. The communists. I'm trying to think of something funnier, but honestly, right now I can't think of anything funnier than the communists being the the Night King. Okay. So what's happened is, oh man, this is getting even funnier. This is getting even funnier. God damn it. Okay. Okay, hold on. Can somebody confirm some lore real quick for me? Was Christian Valeris a DGGer who came over, or was Christian Valeris a Sitch and Adam viewer who came over? And was he like a liberal, or was he a libertarian? Because I based off of the way that he argued his politics in chat, I felt like he was a liberal who was DGG sympathetic. I didn't think he was a Sitch and Adam viewer. So, commies being the brain dead masses actually makes a lot of sense. True. All right, hold on. So let me mind map this. Because this is actually getting even funnier. And let me expand Doobie real quick as a player, because this is going to be relevant to the lore. This is going to be substantially relevant to the lore. Boop 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 boop. Hold on one second. I'm waiting for Microsoft Paint to load. So, here we go. Varys the spider. Varys the spider with his tendrils in every community. So, and let me do this real quick. let me show that these are not. No, this needs to be bigger. There we go. God, this mind map got even fucking funnier. All right. So Doobie has not necessarily been boys with Queeman. That's not what I'm trying to mind map to. Matter of fact, I could change the arc of his line, because I think he's more of a. I don't think he interacts with Queeman a lot. I think he more interacts with J-Stock. So what Doobie has been accused of, because he has been in the background of Twitch and YouTube politics for a very long time, and actually, weirdly enough, he used to be not like a Destiny fan or anything, but he used to have ties with Destiny. I don't know if you guys remember this. No. See, here's the thing. I think you're wrong. Somebody said Doobie is Littlefinger. No, Littlefinger wants power for himself. Okay? And in that regard, I don't think Doobie truly wants power for himself. He doesn't want to be a Twitch and YouTube political commentator. He doesn't even stream. He has his army of politics Discord sociopaths, but they're like his little birds. You know, they're people in the background. They're not actually creators. They're just, you know, online political schizophrenics. And so he has had a tentative relationship with the Snarkers that has allowed him to play them against the king as a part of what he thinks. He says that he's loyal to the realm. Okay? Who knows if he's actually loyal to the realm, but he claims to be loyal to the realm. Right? And so he has been in the background channels with the Snarkers attacking Destiny. He tried to oil Pisco. I think he might still oil Pisco on occasion in Pisco's rebellion against Destiny. And then what's happened since I declared secession, to be clear, Doobie and I already had a relationship prior to my secession from DGG, but he has, of course, you know, reaffirmed his relationship with the COG through donations and Discord interactions and all that kind of stuff. And so what's happened, because of my declaration of secession from the king, and because of Doobie's proximity as an ally in rebellion to the king, we have lost some backers. So I'm going to update this mind map, and I'm not going to say that Grassroots is here. So Grassroots is literally not gone. Jen Winkler is here, even though she was eaten by a 14-foot alligator in the swamps of Louisiana. Jen Winkler is actually here. But I would say the relationships are strained, right? The relationships are strained. And the reason why the relationships are strained are because of, is because of Varys's presence, is because of Doobie's presence. So who's the gay knight? Gay knight, Game of Thrones, Renly's boyfriend. I'm gonna depict. Here's Christian Valeris. Listen. Listen, I understand this is schizophrenia. Trust me. I know this is schizophrenia, but I also think this is really fucking funny. Why is my computer taking so long to do this? All right, here we go. So this is Christian Valeris. And weirdly enough, did somebody say that Christian Valeris has become, or I think Jen Winkler, we don't have enough room for Hutch. But Jen Winkler, did you say that you are kind of like a Hutch fan? Did you say that you were a Hutch guy? Is Christian Valeris a Hutch guy? I don't know. Maybe that's something else. And I would have to think about who Hutch is in reference to the Game of Thrones analogy. Is Hutch the is she the Tyrell girl who tries to seduce Joffrey? is 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 Hutch Marjorie Tyrell? I don't consider Hutch I don't consider Hutch a part of the cog. Although weirdly enough, I do think he's like a secret cogger. Sorry for laughing so hard. All right, and then just because CV is Hutch for sure. Okay, I think the funniest thing about this is if I make Hutch Marjorie Tyrell. I think that's going to be the funniest fucking thing. Is if Hutch is Marjorie Tyrell. And the reason why is because Hutch tries to solve everything with love, not war. So did Marjorie. Marjorie Tyrell tried to win over King's Landing by being charitable to the poor and the destitute and the orphans and the sick. And then Marjorie Tyrell tried to seduce Joffrey. And then when Joffrey ended up being a sociopath, Joffrey was poisoned, and then she ended up seducing the younger Lannister. Excuse me, Baratheon. I know he's actually a Lannister, but the younger King Tommen. And so Marjorie Tyrell. Marjorie Tyrell is a cog operative trying to solve the what would you call it? Robert's Rebellion / J-Stock's Rebellion with love and not violence. I'm trying to look for like the sluttiest but most wholesome picture of Marjorie Tyrell to emphasize that she tries to solve her problems with love, not open warfare. Hold on. Okay, so I'll do this one. I think this one shows off both Hutch's and Marjorie Tyrell's confident sluttiness. Oh, holy shit. Okay, this is pretty fucking funny. All right. Hold on. And so, and this is actually like perfect. And Marjorie Tyrell, to be clear, is a big player as well. Okay, so this is actually quite funny. Get the burrito dress? I don't know what that means. But let's put this here. I'm gonna make Christian Valeris, Patriarch, and Jen Winkler. They are my gay knights. I'm sorry. This is actually really like going over things that not straight raid. Jesus. Christian Valeris, Jen Winkler, and Patriarch. And I'm just going to put them here as you know, there's insufficient gay knights in the TV show for for me to depict Christian Valeris, Jen Winkler, and Patriarch as gay knights. But here we go. And then oh yeah, and not only that, they were gay lovers of Renly Baratheon. Oh my god, it's so perfect. Oh my god, it's so perfect. Oh, I love this. This is so fucking funny. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but Hutch is he's trying to keep peace or trying to broker power between Pisco, my gay knights, not necessarily me, let's be real. But he's a secret cogger, okay? In his soul, he's a cogger. And and the fucking and the Baratheon household, or excuse me, the Targaryen household. Give me a second. Somebody says, check your Discord for the photos for the memes. Okay, let's take a look. No! What? Oh my god. Anonymous chatter, you butt fucking son of a bitch. Oh my god. Hold on. Now I have to reveal it to the chat. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, this is too much. This is what Anonymous Chatter just sent me. I'm waiting for the paste function to work. Did it work? It didn't work. Let me save this now. No way. Updated J-Stocks Rebellion. Oh my god, I'm crying. I am fucking crying. Shut up, nameless henchman, you dour fuck. If we could all see what's so funny, Connor. Shut up, you fucking nerd. Oh my god, just fucking pussy ache some more, why don't you? I bet you're a fucking hoot at parties. All right, hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, hold on. Can I? How do I download this? Save image. There we go. That'll work. Hutch Tyrell. Oh my god. All right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the reveal? Are you guys ready for the reveal? 3, 2, 1. It's fucking Anonymous Chatter fucking took Marjorie Tyrell and made her bald. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So hold on. Let's see if we can get this. How do I? All right, copy, paste. Yay, it worked. Okay. Then I need to expand it to make it larger. And then I'm gonna need I'm sorry. This is still really fucking funny to me. All right. How can I don't know, man. Close enough. We can make it prettier. We'll make it prettier in post, okay? Oh shit. That's not very pretty. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Let's try to do some straight lines here. Some approximately straight lines. I'm totally fucking up the straight lines, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry your pretty little face about it. Don't you worry your pretty little face about it. It's just a few pixels. In my opinion, it is still worth it to have Hutch as a bald Marjorie Tyrell. It is still worth it. Even if there's a few pixels that are off. Okay, I'm clicking the select button. I want you to work. Please work. Thank you. Sorry, this is fucking funny as shit. All right. All right. Hutch. No, that's way too small. I need like some. I need some 48s in this bitch. Hutch. Not as big as Destiny, but still big enough. Oh my god, that is funny. That is funny as shit. Oh no, I have to make Brit Cersei Lannister. No, oh no. Not Brit. Jamie and Cersei Lannister. Oh my god. Okay, this shit is fucking funny. Oh my god, this is funny. I'm looking for one that's not that rapey. I'm actually looking for one that's kind of something that Brit won't be upset by as a depiction. I mean, this is kind of neutral, but that's not really what I want I want some romance. Okay, I want some romance in my picture. Not like rapey romance, like normal romance. Not the time that they. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is perfect. Now they have some level of plausible deniability. Should well, yeah, but Jamie never sat the Iron Throne. So, hold on. Give me a second. Here we go. All right. The Brit scandal. Sorry. I'm sorry for laughing so much. This is genuinely funny as shit. All right, hold on. So what am I missing? Let me zoom back out. Okay? Because I think that this kind of recontextualizes dude, fucking Hutch being a bald. Yeah, food shops is the mountain. All right, I need to stop laughing and I need to summarize it and wrap this up. Christian Valeris, Jen Winkler, and Patriarch being my gay knights who no longer want to serve me as the head of House Tyrell, and they would prefer to serve a slutty, bald Hutch Tyrell is so funny that I'm actually like, this was worth it by itself. But anyways, just to summarize it, the Baratheons are still in rebellion. I don't identify with the Baratheons. I did put Darius as Jaime Lannister because he's a DGG foot soldier. Food Shops is the Mountain. They're fighting the Snarkers in the Snarker War. Originally, we were relatively neutral. Vosh is the King Beyond the Wall. Hassan Piker is the Prince in the South. Doobie is the Spider who is trying to manipulate basically trying to unify all the anti-DGG forces, but a lot of people don't like him because they believe that he's slimy and in the background and kind of a snake, or not a snake, a spider. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Okay, there's my mouse. Let's move here. The Brit scandal is incestuous. So I analogize the Brit scandal to Jaime and Cersei Lannister banging. Pisco is in rebellion, but he's taking his sweet time, taking his shot at the king. And then the cog is a little bit worse for wear for our declaration of secession from DGG. But at the same time, our gay knights sally forth into battle via Hutch Tyrell, who is trying to win the Game of Thrones with love, not open battle. So Alishness is here, and she's saying, well, who am I? Who am I in this thing? And I would say that you're just like a loyalist knight. Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think that you're just a loyalist knight? So if there was, I don't want to give you something like Rhaegar. Is it Rhaegar? Was Rhaegar the person who originally seduced Lyanna Stark? I don't want to give you Rhaegar Targaryen, but just imagine yourself as a Targaryen knight. So, anyways, let me go ahead and save this. Unless chat has some major things that I need to add here. This is going to be... She's Brianna or she's Brienne? Brianna or Brienne? Which one are you talking about, Jen Winkler? Brienne of Tarth, though, she kind of like flops loyalties all over the place. She's just loyal to whoever she's fighting with. But she was, Brienne of Tarth. But Brienne of Tarth was loyal to Pisco, not to the throne. So like I don't care. I don't care if we depicted her as like a female knight for the sake of doing Brienne of Tarth. But yeah. Who's Jorah Mormont? Well, truth be told, we don't have Daenerys Targaryen out here. In order for like Daenerys Targaryen to be a thing, it would have to be like Adam Mockler decided that he was interested in Twitch and YouTube politics, aka Westeros, and as a result, they invaded with his Dothraki hordes, The crazy Mormont girl? Yeah, but I'm not trying to just have Alishness be a female character in Game of Thrones. I'm also trying to demonstrate loyalty through a character of Game of Thrones. And Brienne of Tarth, while she is a famous female knight, I think Alishness is loyal to Destiny more than she's loyal to Pisco. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. But I do have to say, I'm trying to wrap this up. Grassroots says, it should be known that it's unfair to characterize Brit as Cersei Lannister because Brit is actually a nice person. Oh, man. Okay. Well, we're focusing on the incest, not on the kindness. So, all right. Well, anyways, I had an excellent time depicting some of my former supporters as gay knights. And I had a lot of fun depicting Hutch as a blonde, slutty Marjorie Tyrell. So I think I'm gonna go into the I think I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna read off the donations, and then I'm going to start the legal tent. Unless anybody has objections. I'll be a fucking wolf. Yeah, but you're not a Stark, dude. You're either a Targaryen or Lannister loyalist. And I don't, once again, if I depicted you as a Lannister loyalist, people would think that you're more loyal to Saltman, than you were loyal to Destiny. And I think you're just loyal to Destiny. I would truly just depict you. If there was a Targaryen female knight, weirdly enough, I could probably show you as, I'm not going to go back and reopen it, but I could show you as, who's the female queen from the Dance of Dragons? Rhaenyra the Cruel. I could depict you as Rhaenyra the Cruel, but you know she's a power broker. She's a substantial power in Dance of the Dragons, not a Targaryen knight in J-Stock's Rebellion. But anyways, we have a couple of donations, so I'm going to go ahead and read those off. Old School with the Two says Game of Thrones is overrated. Old School with the Two says Destiny is Joffrey, and I am Samwell Tarly. Nice, nice. Well, Old School, stay loyal enough to the cog. In the same way that Horse God was added as Hot Pie for 10 or 20 bucks, I will add you as Samwell Tarly, but loyal to the cog. Anonymous Chatter for 5 says, check Discord, please. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, not only for your super chat, but also for your insane fucking Photoshop picture. Nameless Entrant for $5 says, Connor, are you done playing with your paper dolls? You need to come get dinner and then do your homework. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So what's going to happen, I'm just going to tell you guys straight up. I want Grassroots here. I want Christian Valeris here. I want Jen Winkler here. I want Patriarch here. I want everyone here from the old cog, but I can't force them. So I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to have a good time. The chat is going to be largely unregulated. If DGG ball washers want to jump in, if snarkers want to jump in and they want to fight in the chat and it ruins the vibes, that's on you, man. Fucking block them. And I am responsible for my vibes. You are responsible for your vibes. Okay, that's the delineation. I've been trying to cultivate, curate, and maintain your vibes, but the truth is I can only maintain my own. So you either show up and you have fun or you don't. It's that simple. And I do love you guys. I still have a lot of love for Christian Valeris for his early support of the channel. I obviously still have love for Grassroots and Jen Winkler, God rest her soul. And I still have a lot of love for Patriarch. So, you know, just because our relationship has soured due to my declaration of cessation from the Mad King, Stephen Bedell II, doesn't mean that I don't have love for my former bannerman. So, UNORC renewal for 10 months. That's awesome. I'm happy that we had some 12-month and 10-month renewals in the past couple of months. Doobie equals the Iron Bank of Bravos is kind of neutral plus funds all the wars, plus he will love to be compared to a bank, parentheses Jew-coded. Okay. Disavow. Very funny. Rifleman for 10 says, what's up, my ninjas? What's up, my Nilla? How you doing? How you doing? I've landed on the fact that who is it? Jebtan introduced me to using Nilla as short for vanilla, but it's the white version of Ninja, and I will be using Nilla all of the time. I will be using Nilla a substantial amount of time. So, all right. She's loyal to House Wick. We do need to get Wick in there eventually. So the picture is very cramped. But if there was a obvious defender, maybe it's like a minor Lannister bannerman. Yeah, Nilla. Yeah. So maybe there's another Lannister bannerman that we could think of that we could add Wick in. But Wick is clearly at this point, he is a Targaryen Lannister bannerman. So, Grade 1 Motorsport says, what's up? What's up, man? How you living? Sorry that I missed you last Saturday. We did do a community night. That was very fun. I promise you I'll try to get back into the debate scene grid. I just, life. I'm very much, life is lifing. Life is lifing. Gone but not forgotten. She went down fighting, and it was an 18-footer, not 14. Oh, well, the legend of Jen Winkler grows every day. Why won't Fell leave? Because he's a ostensibly loyal bannerman to House Cog. So he's like Duncan Idaho from Dune, you know? Cast Food Shops. I already did. Food Shops is the mountain. She's a plausibly deniable, you know, mercenary who attacks, who viciously attacks the snarkers. I don't know why my mic keeps peeking out. I don't know why it peeks out so easily. I recommend casting Dubes as the Iron Bank guy. No. He's going to remain as Varys the Spider. Nilla, please. Exactly. Hodor. I like Wick, though. I'm not saying that I hate Wick. You can even cast him as a Lannister Targaryen bannerman that you like. I don't care. His old Nan. I remember Nan. That's funny. Wick can be Kevin Lannister. True. Kevin Lannister. I remember. That's Tywin's brother, right? I'm okay with that. That makes sense to me. Rifleman for 2 says, hold on, you motherfudger, I am no whitey. Oh, okay. Well, then, you know, give me the pass and then I'll start saying ninja. Kidding, of course. I will only say ninja, not the other one. Because number 1, we're on Valor Media Network. Number 2, everybody gets upsetty spaghetti whenever I use my pass. Varys actually did care for the realm. Are you accusing? But it was debated in the books whether or not he did. Right? Everybody viewed Varys with extreme suspicion because he served the Mad King, he served the Baratheon household, he served the Lannister household, he served the Starks, he served the Daenerys Targaryen, and then he died in Daenerys Targaryen's service. So a lot of people question the Spider's loyalty to the realm, but he ultimately claims that he is loyal to the realm. So, I am the Duncan. I have been taken and reprocessed by the snark chats. True, you're Sir Duncan the Tall, the loyal but foolish, virtuous knight. Yeah. Reek would be perfect, though. Mormonism is the drowned god. That's pretty funny. No, see, crap, I disagree. So, 2 people have said that Doobie would be better cast as Littlefinger. But Littlefinger didn't want to manipulate the powers that exist for the quote-unquote betterment of the realm. He wanted his own power within the space. He wanted to become a Lord of Harrenhal and then have children from a Stark and then marry those children off to the king. That way he, you know, eventually his children could sit the Iron Throne. So he wanted power and clout and money himself, whereas Doobie doesn't even stream. Doobie has been a Twitch and YouTube political panel participant, but he doesn't even have a social media presence besides that. But besides Discord and panels, he doesn't participate. He does participate in Twitch and YouTube politics. That's not what I'm saying. But he doesn't have an outward presence. And Littlefinger absolutely would have an outward presence. I can snark at supercomputer speeds based. North is Reek. You guys are just being mean. North is another one of my gay nights. I've lost a few gay nights due to my rebellion against the king, but you know, it is what it is. North is one of my gay nights. Rifleman with the 2 says Hispanic, you witch. I do have a similar thing. I'll just type it in chat. How's that? No, then people could screenshot that. So we came up obviously with ninja, Ninja, but that's obviously symbolizing the N-word with an A. Nilla is vanilla, right? But you chop off the VA and then you leave that. So that's the white version of ninja. And then I think that You could do NICCA for Hispanic. But I think people would actually get their panties in a twist if I was saying that or typing that. So just know that that's what I would call you if I didn't think people would get their panties in a twist. There we go. Oh, he became the Duncan because they just keep cloning him. True. Digger says, I don't know, Connor. They don't seem to be good analogs in Game of Thrones to this space. I think they're perfect. I thought they were fucking hilarious. Doobie moves in the shadows, moves in silence. What is the deal with Mentats? Are they cyborgs? Yeah, aren't they like half computer, half human? No, Littlefinger wanted chaos first and foremost because he was angry for having his love stolen. Yeah, I don't think Doobie's had his love stolen by anyone in the space. Unless you know some lore that I don't. Disclaimer, if you're a boy and enjoy kissing boys, etc. True. True. J-Stock is Jon Snow. North moves like Brant. Maybe. Oh, Jesus. I just understood what you said. I'm assuming you were styling yourself as Jon Arryn, not Rob Baratheon and or Ned Stark in this analogy. I don't know, man. I could be my own thing. I would like to think that I would be as moral as Ned Stark, but I'm not as reluctant to power as Ned Stark. And also, Ned Stark is such an iconic character, I wouldn't necessarily want to compare myself to him. I would say I am whatever you want me to be, and if there was like a developed consensus of what I am, then I would accept it. Except for that, you know how there's that like fumbling lord of House Tyrell who kind of like he sucks up. Unfortunately, this is probably the closest thing. He sucks up to the Lannisters once the Lannisters are in power. But then he's kind of like a bumbling fool and he loses his son to the church and all that kind of bullshit. You could, if you want to, depict me as that person in your own brain. Go ahead. But I'm not going to depict myself that way on my own drawing. It's my drawing. I don't have to accept that I am that. Well, what is that? What is that male leader? I'll show you guys the picture of who I'm talking about. Just in case you want to. My critics would probably want to picture me this way. Male leader of House Tyrell. This guy. So Mace Tyrell is kind of viewed as a bumbling sycophant to... excuse me. A bumbling sycophant to Tywin Lannister. And he ends up being just a stooge for the throne. Because unless Mace Tyrell has like a really cool early life section, I don't think I want to be Mace Tyrell. Mace might not be the most intelligent or subtle man. All right, I'm in. But he is an amiable fellow, well-liked by most of his bannermen, as well as a loving husband and father. Mace has one son, Loras, and a daughter, Marjorie, arguably the most eligible woman in the Seven Kingdoms. Mace hopes to make a good match for her to increase the already considerable power and influence of his family. Mace is particularly eager for Marjorie to secure a royal marriage for their family because, unlike some of the other great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, such as the Starks or the Lannisters, the Tyrells never ruled as kings in their own right, but were granted control of the Reach as a reward for submitting to Aegon the Conqueror during his conquest 300 years ago. Thus, entering into the royal bloodline would increase the House Tyrell's prestige and secure their rule over their fractious vassals in the Reach. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I think like Mace... Weirdly enough, I'm not going to depict myself as Mace Tyrell because once again, in the TV show, he's kind of depicted as like a bumbling fool. But if you want to think of me as Mace Tyrell, that's fine. That's fine. I think there's enough analogs there that I would be good. What about a Tully? Nah. Those are they're loyal to the Starks. All right. Anyways. Are you guys ready for some legal tent? I think I'm ready for some legal tent. Excuse me. Do we have the phrase? No, not yet. And by the way, guys, it's not perfect. Okay, it's not going to be perfect. You're like the Hound, Connor. Thank you, Machiko. I appreciate you. Thank you. I wish I was the Hound. But anyways, Let's go ahead and do an intro. Let's get into the legal tent. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a memberships, you got them. I hope you enjoy my schizophrenic map. I hope you had as much fun as I did depicting Hutch as a bald Marjorie Tyrell. We're going to watch this, but I'm not really necessarily in this content. I'll react to it. I'll comment on it. I'll do whatever. You know, if there's something interesting, I'll comment on it. But realistically, what I'm going to be doing in the mind map is I'm going to be mapping the legal case. Because I think that DGG actually thinks that if this goes for a motion for summary judgment and the case gets dismissed, that all of Steven's critics are just going to go, oh, the case got dismissed? I was totally wrong. Steven was totally innocent, and he's actually a super swell and nice guy. And then they're just going to stop criticizing Steven. And I know that's like probably a very naive sentiment. I know the smarter people probably don't think that, but I swear to God, some people are pretending that that's what's going to happen. All Steven needs to do in order to win his war with the Snarkers is win his legal case, and then all of the vociferous criticism against him is going to die because all of the DGGers are going to be able to say, well, he won the case. 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 That doesn't actually change a substantial amount of facts of the matter. And so I'm going to try to put aside my personal beef with Steven as much as possible in order to summarize what I think has happened. Alishna says, he is a nice guy. What do you mean? Oh, do nice guys tweet children? Do they tweet 3-year-olds onto Twitter in order to harass people? Do they call people anti-Semites without evidence? Do they call people pedophiles without evidence? Do they hurt their former friends and orbiters? Do they, viciously attack everyone at all times? Do they burn the bridges with everyone who has even a, like, minute amount of political difference? Is that what nice people do? So, yeah. Sorry, Alish. That sounds like cope to me. But whatever. It's fine. Let's do it. Hopefully the caffeine kicks in. Actually, did I forget to take my pills? It doesn't matter. I can take them in the afternoon. All right. Hi, guys. No, I can't. I'm going to play some music. I have a pill that I take in the morning, and if I don't take it, I get a headache. I don't want a headache, so I'm going to... Ooh, a new Expanse video. All right, cool. I'm going to promo my own shit real quick while I'm gone. Give me a second. This is a Counterpoint sci-fi Expanse breakdown. I'll be right back. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down the Expanse, specifically the Free Navy attacking Earth for the first time. You should check out previous episodes, but for a quick recap, humanity is a multiplanetary species with 3 major factions: culturally and technologically stagnant but powerful Earth, technologically and militarily advanced but few in number Mars, and the anarchic frontiersmen of the Belt. These factions fought a war over an alien bioweapon known as the protomolecule, which infected, killed, and hijacked hundreds of thousands of human beings and used them as building blocks for a giant ring that formed in the outer planets. This was a ring gate to almost 1,400 potentially habitable systems. This has started a new conflict between the factions over control of the ring gate and the Sol system. Let's take it from there.
What are we looking at?
3 hours ago, this ship went off its course. The transponder IDs her as a sign-on, out of Triton.
And its path?
It was heading towards Luna, but 20 minutes ago it shifted. It's on a collision course with Sentinel-19.
The asteroid spotter. You rushed me off the surface of the planet, so obviously you're treating this like an attack. What's the threat assessment?
The ship's drive is a fusion bomb, and it's targeting our early warning system. Protocol is to assume there's more than one on its way.
So why haven't we killed the ship already?
This is the sign-on. We are
We're looking at the Expanse, bro beans. We're looking at the Expanse. But anyways, go Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars are my newer breakdown channels. Go take a look at them. They are excellent. If you are into science fiction, go watch it. Go watch it. It's an excellent TV show. I break it down. I break down the lore. I break down the ships. I break down all that bullshit. So let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I have a breakdown of Stephen Bonnell's court case coverage recently. I think what's going on right now is that Stephen Bonnell has been accused of some nefarious behavior. He has been sued for it. It has cost him a pretty penny in defense legal fees, but this is a fight within the marketplace of ideas. I'm going to be mind mapping and explaining why Twitch and YouTube politics is important, why people who participate in the space might treat it with a level of seriousness that seems silly from outside the space. I'm going to be explaining or as far as I know, explaining or citing Stephen's factual behavior, just like what he is credibly accused of doing, regardless of the outcome of the case. And then I'm going to be breaking down what is probably going to happen after the case is done. So, if you would indulge me, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats, we got it, memberships, we got it. My parasocial, we love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
Interesting. They got little chickies. Oh, they have little babies too. This is actually a sign. It's a good omen of new life. True. I forgot to pay for my fucking parking. I forgot to fucking pay for my parking. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't fucking boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Where did I park at, dude? Please tell me they didn't boot me, dude. Oh my god. Fuck. Come on, Steven! We gotta go! Please, God, tell me they didn't boot me. I just need to make sure I didn't get booted, please. You told the judge you had to run off to pay for parking? Yes. They were talking about Dan. I don't know why they mentioned Dan's name, but Dan's name got mentioned. I wasn't there for ample context, so I'm sure you guys will figure it out later. I literally came in there, and they said, subject something, Mr. Saltman. And I was like, oh, he's getting spicy. And then they brought up MC. So something with Dan is their proof. Was Abby there? Hell no. Nobody was there. Nobody on what's her name's side was there at all. Unless they like just go out for lunch. 2 hours, $32. I have to pay for 2 hours? Dude, what? Oh, come on. Can I find like $11 parking? That's a delicate.
Dude, I do not care about fucking... Okay, is it funny seeing a 30-year-old man sprinting across the parking lot in order to make sure he doesn't get a ticket or booted? Yeah, sure. Do I care about this in reference to Destiny's case? No. This is fluff and bullshit. Is it kind of funny? Sure. Is it kind of charming? Sure. Are chickens in Miami a common occurrence? Yes. Do we care? No.
The ladies trial at some point. Then they're going to take a whole bunch of stuff off seal, and they need to give them docket numbers. What does that mean? Because they said they both can choose to unseal a bunch of stuff. They just have to give them the docket numbers to unseal everything. What does that mean? She said she's tired of having a bunch of dockets over and over again, and she says things keep getting submitted. Like, I just got things submitted yesterday, and like, I think the stuff where she was... Actually, I realized they were talking about my stream, because they were talking about how he on my stream said that he sent a message to Rose or whatever. They're saying that that's what he did. But then he said, I don't have that. Like, I didn't do it. I think... So it sounds like he was trolling when he said it on my stream to just own FMJ in an argument, and then he didn't have the log of it. Or... Did they talk about a court date? They said it wouldn't even be this year if they had to go to... If it went to trial. It would even be if it goes to trial. So pretty much they said is they have by Monday for everything to be figured out, and then if it's spoliation and they need to give it to a trial, like a jury, it's not even going to be this year that happens, because she has a criminal case she has to deal with, and that's going to take like 8 weeks into November, and then it's Christmas. So it sounds like they need to prove spoliation, and then that's what, because it seems like they don't have any other argument for anything else. The lady was getting mad 'cause she was like, we asked for 22 videos, and Steven said like, oh yeah, I have the 22 videos, but then he said he lied because he deleted all of them to them in his deposition. But he was like, no, but the argument was like, no, he has 22 videos, but it's not of any of the people involved in this case, so I'm not fucking sending you videos of nudes of other people not involved. And then their argument was, well, they're actually, no, they're dead ass, like, dude, Abby, like, is a fucking, like, actual asshole. Did anyone say anything about dismissal? Oh, hell no. Not hear a single word about that. Not hear a single word about dismissal. It seems like they're gonna look at it. I came in late, so. That kind of, look at it, looks clean. Arrive. Holy aura. Chills. Dude, I'm still shaking.
Oh, they're coming this way.
Yeah. Well, apparently she's getting fed and like taken care of by like a butler over there. But she's still. But I don't. Okay, so Steven.
Hello.
Welcome. This is the first response on GSN News on your case.
GSN News?
Yes.
How did you feel like that? Were you in there?
Yes, I was there.
Oh, yeah?
I saw.
Late.
I was late, but I saw enough.
That's okay. You guys are quiet. You were all well behaved. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
I'm never bad. I'm never bad. I'm looking at digging the hair, Mood. Mood, how do you feel it went, actually? Let's start with you.
I feel like it went well. It sounds like maybe early September it could get ruled on the MSJ.
Well, I thought that you were saying something like you have to do something by Monday, and then if you don't do it by Monday, then, well, if they can prove spoliation, then you have to go to trial. Or something, you have to go to like a jury trial. Am I like fucking retarded?
But it's more whether or not it's just getting the MSJ ruling by early September.
Early September for MSJ ruling. Maybe next 2 weeks for evidentiary hearing around the spoliation.
She also says she doesn't think it's looking like spoliation. She directly said that.
Yeah, I know. She said like a bunch of times.
They were super unprepared on everything, and they couldn't make any. They couldn't make legal arguments or the factual arguments. So she's basically giving them the opportunity to.
She's giving them a redo.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what this is. We're going to do a redo
Right,
because they weren't prepared for anything today. They were shuffling their notes. They had no fucking idea what they were arguing.
They spent an hour like going through notes.
Yeah.
And the courtroom was silent.
Yeah, even with the thing with where they were trying to recall what they were saying to Dan or whatever about the.
Oh my God,
she's
yeah,
like,
they don't
and
have
she's
that.
like, I can't remember. I'm like, bruh, like.
Especially because they're, and I know she doesn't care because it's not, I'm not the plaintiff or whatever, like, they're going through technically, they're just giving discovery violations really on their side.
Yeah.
Because, like, we were never made available any of the stuff that they supposedly have.
And they're like, I'm like, they're like not 100% sure, but how could you even like go up to a judge and say like, my brain doesn't work sometimes, so I don't know if I'm correct or right here, and that's like okay.
That's bullshit because one, if you're a lawyer, you memorandize your calls usually on a notepad. And
that's
these fuckers are emailing each other back and forth constantly about shit that they talk about on their meetings.
Yeah, and all their stuff on you is about communication that you had with other people.
Yeah.
So it's like you would think that would be like.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, it sucks that it's still going on. I thought like you wanted to get it dismissed today.
The next hearing, I think, that'll be the good news.
Yeah, well,
that's gonna be
not another do-over.
No,
like it was so cringe that there were times where because they kept going back and forth between the two of them, and then at one point, Judge Massaro was like, "You need to figure out who's going to do the presentation."
Yeah. They were saying he kept doing a tag team. Yeah.
She's like, which one of you are like really the counsel?
Yeah, because he didn't know anything, and then she would have to repeat even the dates. April 30th, he couldn't like bring that up. He couldn't figure out which day it was.
It's like it all seems very deeply unserious on their side. Like they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the dates on anything. Their exhibits
I noticed.
They have no.
I know she was repeatedly asking for proof, and they were just talking about like almost like it was like a debate panel.
Like it was a Twitch.
It was a Twitch stream.
We were like, did you go to John's house last night? And they're like, I was in my car and I drove to so many places all throughout last week. And she has to say, like, listen to the words I'm saying.
Yeah.
And listen, I need you to answer my question. Yeah, it felt like a high school mock trial.
Yeah.
The teacher is like, I'm teaching you.
I see why you're a little bit more pissed off now, because to spend like that much of your money and also your time with that, and it's so stupid.
And keep in mind, these are like Hail Mary adversarial readings that they're trying to get at the very end here. Because I think they don't think they're going to survive the MSJ, so they're trying to kick the can down the road.
The fact that they brought up something from a stream from like a month ago, and they're trying to use that now, I'm like, that's why it's like, oh, that's reason to believe that they need they need this specific thing.
In response to that, she was literally like, I don't know why you're telling me this. I don't know what you're talking about.
They haven't filed anything. Yeah, you don't just go to the. It's not like small claims court where you have like a rent dispute. And you do it then and there. Like, yeah, we have this, and again, I'm also glad she stressed. I hope she knows what the blame is, that the docket is so fucking busy. Yeah. It is such an insanely crowded docket. There's so much random fucking shit filed.
Okay. I want to make a point here about the docket being so busy. Okay, and I really want to tell you guys about this because I feel like there is a problem in communications between the people who are permanently online and the people who live normal lives before going online. So, as somebody who participated in law enforcement for 4 years, we dealt with quite serious shit. Like, we had probably half a dozen murders in the time that I was in the city. We had traffic homicides. Well, like I shit you not, one of the scenes that I worked was in a road next to a Walmart where a motorcycle was pulling into Walmart and a truck pulled out in front of them. And then the guy, the motorcycle basically had to like turn in order to try to avoid this truck, but he couldn't turn in time. And so as a result, he slammed into the truck and the motorcycle slammed into his leg and it chopped off his fucking leg. Okay. That is something that like I dealt with, was a man, and he survived, by the way, a man being amputated by his motorcycle. Okay. And this was in a city of 15,000 people that was quickly growing to 50,000 people. It was considered a sleepy town up until 20 years ago. It is infinitely less busy than the city of Miami. The city of Miami was built on cocaine and party drugs and all this bullshit. So, if you're a judge dealing with a civil suit, not even a criminal suit, but if you're a judge or a law enforcement officer or a state attorney, and you hear that some internet e-celebrity has gross, like, sexual fantasies that are difficult to prove that he did anything criminal, and on top of that, everyone around him is kind of a gross sex freak, then you're probably going to dismiss any of this shit. Because the state's attorney's office, the criminal judges, the civil judges, the fucking everybody down in Miami, they're dealing with forcible rapes, gang activity, sex trafficking, hard drug trafficking, murders. Like they're dealing with all this shit. So the attitude of people who are going to be in an office like that, they're going to hear about Destiny's like gross sex life, and like maybe a few of them will be like, maybe we should double check his Discord messages to make sure he's not sending and receiving CSAM. But a majority of them are just going to be like, okay, that's like gross, weird sex shit, but we got real shit to deal with. So that's where, for me, people use the legal system's apathy of what Steven has done. And truth be told, I made this argument. They use the apathy of what Steven has done as evidence of his innocence. But that's not really like what's being said. The reason why I said back in February and summer of 2025 that Steven was unlikely to receive criminal charges and therefore receive the kind of financial and criminal sanctions that a lot of his snarkers wanted him to receive, it's because of like I was calculating in the apathy of the Miami State Attorney's Office. Right? Yeah. So, anyways, continuing.
What does it mean if you said you have to go through an
unseat now, then it like leads other people to like do stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
You have to like fight it.
Yeah. What does it mean if you are unsealing
Okay, so in highly sensitive cases and highly sensitive material, let's say if somebody wants to make available, this is a private person, and there's like a video or an image of like, like something crazy like that, they might not want to, when you file something in the court, everything has to be filed as part of the public record, because our court cases are public, matters of public record. Now for, not exceptional, but like for a somewhat exceptional relief, you can say, you can file this document so that the public can't see it, and only I can see it, or the redaction parts. The problem is that because Pixie's an unserious fucking internet brain spoiled white girl, in her mind she was like, I don't want my name tied to anything. And then she's telling all the witnesses, whoever, like, oh, if you want, you can file and say all these things, and your name can be private the entire time. That's not how fucking federal court works. So the judge today was like, I don't know.
Okay, I'm trying to be fair and balanced. Let's try to be fair and balanced here. I don't think Pixie is necessarily the internet-brained, spoiled white girl could be partially explanatory of her desire to seal. But another thing that happens, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but whenever you go against Stephen hard, there's an army of sycophants who will come after you, and they will litigate Stephen's personal behavior for hours and hours and hours while maligning you as the worst human being on earth and encouraging you to self-harm. There's dozens, hundreds of them. I experience them almost every single day on Twitter. There are people who are so sycophantically devoted to Stephen that even if you criticize him in a fair way, these people will come and make it your fucking problem. So, Pixie is probably, not only has she experienced probably a substantial amount of internet dog piles as a result of her falling out with Steven and the lawsuit, but she knows that anybody that she tries to attract to help support her case evidentiarily is going to be worried about a similar internet dog pile. Now, my attitude would have been the inverse of Pixie's, and I would have said, hey, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough in order to, get through this process, and people are going to dogpile you on the internet, and they're going to shit talk you and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, this is so important, and I feel like this is so important for this case to go forward, that I think that you should put your real name on this. You should put your real address on this. You should put your telephone number on this. And so, I think that this characterization by Steven, I'm trying to be fair. I feel like this characterization by Steven is unfair. That it can be true that the federal courts normally use sealed documents for forcible rape, or they use sealed documents for criminal organizations, or they use sealed like name a more serious thing, and that's what sealed documents are for. But to pretend that the internet dogpile is not a serious concern in this case, I think is quite silly. What does one have to do with the other, though? The attempt to seal the documents by Pixie and her team are an attempt to minimize the internet dogpile that is going to happen to witnesses. If I didn't explain that sufficiently, please let me know. I'm still going to be working on my mind map.
I don't know why you're trying to seal fucking everything. Yeah. It's not just like a secret fucking email argument or like a Reddit mod argument. Like, we're going to do a public court case, everything has to be part of the public record. Yeah. But they try to seal every fucking thing they file. And they tell every affidavit filer, every person that comes forward, oh, we'll keep all your stuff private, don't worry. While they're trying to file affidavits in a public court case.
Does that mean when they ask you guys to unseal it, does that mean that it's like can be brought, what's the, like, does this make it so people publicly can't see this? Like, why does the judge care?
Well, the judge probably cares now because there's so many requests to seal everything. Okay. Like, generally speaking, my guess is, in a good faith court case, when you file something under seal, it's not going to be opposed by the other team. There's probably a really good reason to file it under seal. Okay. Right? But like, if you're just trying to seal fucking everything, well, of course we're going to oppose everything. Yeah. Also because what they're doing, another thing they're trying to do is they're trying to use their filing under seals. They're not really trying, they don't give a fuck about that. They're trying to gag me so that if I mention something like accidentally on stream or whatever, then they can try they have this. Yeah. So because they didn't get their gag order, the judge shot that down completely. So you can't gag a civil trial. They try to file every single thing under seal. So if I accidentally say a name or say something like, oh, well now he violated this protection order, you need to sanction them. That's what they're trying to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know you mentioned the protective order thing. What the protective order so you don't? She was saying it's so you don't talk about stuff on stream or post it on
because in
stream.
a party case, it is assumed by default that the plaintiff can file under a pseudonym. But that's because usually
Steal doesn't mean anonymous, right? Not to the court. So for instance, whenever you go, and bear in mind, I'm explaining this from a law enforcement perspective. If I get something wrong and somebody who actually does civil court cases and they're like a litigator, or somebody does criminal court cases and they're a litigator, I would trust their opinion more than mine, okay? But I'm going to try to share what I believe to be true based off of my personal and professional experience. So Abby MC or whatever, or Pixie or Melina or Stasia or any of the people who are, associated with this case, their full legal name, address, and telephone number are a part of their documents. Whenever you make any kind of statement to an American court, you have to do so, especially for criminal. I don't know about civil, but you do so in a sworn written form. Okay? And the reason why is because you make your statement, but people can say all sorts of crazy shit, right? So what you do is you put your legal name, date of birth, phone number, and address on there. That way, if you lie on a sworn written statement and the court decides to make an example of you, they can call your phone number, get you to turn yourself into local law enforcement, or they can send cops to your house and they can arrest you for a false statement to the court. Now, the truth is that the courts are so busy that they're like very rarely is that enforced. But that threat of legal force oftentimes compels people who are liars to either tell the truth or tell the truth in such a way that it's like plausibly deniable. And by forcing liars to either tell the truth or lie through omission or tell the truth in ways that are plausibly deniable, it allows people to kind of cut to the heart of the matter more accurately. So once again, if Stasia, Abby MC, Pixie, or any of these other girls, any of these other women have made statements to the court, their name, their address, and their telephone number is listed on their documents. However, when it's sealed, that is privately known to the court. But especially with Florida, I know Florida is a more open state than a lot of other states. Effectively, we could probably pull up the entire docket based off of the Miami Clerk of Court's websites right now. We could probably pull up every single thing related to Destiny's case except for what is under seal. So if Pixie, let's just assume good faith on Pixie's part for a second. And I'm not saying that you have to as a viewer or a Destiny fan. I'm just saying that I'll assume it temporarily. They could want to protect the name, phone numbers, addresses, and emails of witnesses in the case because of deranged DGG cultists who will harass them at their home via telephone or via email for participating in said case. Okay? That's it. Now, Steven can think that's silly. Steven can think that, like, that's normally used for the mob or forcible rapes or drug organizations, and he's correct. It's normally not used for online harassment. And I think, trying to be fair and balanced, that if you're going to participate in a court case, you should be ready to have your name out there. You should be ready for digital harassment. You should be ready for these fucking sycophantic cultists to come call you pieces of shit and fucking harass you and all that kind of stuff. But I'm also used to that environment. So, anyways, I'm going to keep drawing while listening.
The plaintiffs in these cases are, let's say you're a woman, and let's say you post a revenge point of view online. We don't want your name tied to a court case about your revenge point that you don't want, because why would you ever bring forth the case if you're a woman? The issue in this case, though, is that
she's already made it fairly public.
She's trying to protect her name, which isn't what this is supposed to be for. So it's all just fucking retarded.
And the last second filings of new witnesses, even though everything's closed.
I'm glad they got reamed for that. I knew they would get reamed for that.
Yeah,
oh my god, she was really mad. She spent like the first like 15 minutes of this case was her like the last minute filings are crazy and they have to stop. I don't know how you expect me to read these.
Yeah, no, she's pissed. He was even saying like there's 250 docket entries for a civil case.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah, it seems like it was overwhelming. So, it's probably not going to trial. She said it wasn't going to be. If it went to trial, it would be next year.
It would be next year. Probably January or February. Yeah. She said it sounded like February. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's assuming that they don't file any other magical things.
Have they showed up once?
Who?
Yeah, Pixie or...
One time to a preliminary injunction. Otherwise, might have to show up for the next one. No, she won't. They don't break. Then they won't have any. They don't give a fuck. They don't have anybody to testify. It's just about kicking the can on the road.
Do you have to show up?
She hand waved her studying for the finals or whatever. Because it's
obviously a joke.
Yeah.
I don't have to, but I give a shit.
Yeah, it's a good faith. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to demonstrate that I look like, because I'm prepared to testify at any point in time. I'll get testimony for anything they ask.
Yeah, the next evidentiary hearing in maybe 2 weeks is going to be, that's the keynote one.
That'd be good. Okay, well, there you go. Well, it sounds like it went well, but it seems like it's kind of annoying for you because you still have to deal with it. So that's.
I mean, like, yeah, it goes well, but it's like it's not.
Yeah, but that's how it's always going. It's always going well.
Yeah,
But it's never.
and like I'm like winning, but like not really, because the other side has nothing at stake.
Yeah.
And it's just dragging it all out for me.
Yeah, and it's just paying, and you're just sending it more and longer. That's unfortunate, but. Well, I guess now let's all go drink and like just go talk about stuff and get some food, huh?
Yeah.
I'll get some food.
4 o'clock drink session. Let's go.
Yes, let's do it.
Did you enjoy it? Was it fun?
I enjoyed it. It was interesting, and now I'm curious if in the future, if every attorney is going to be as like wholly unprepared as Doe's counsel. It was embarrassing, and I got secondhand embarrassment from it. I wish you all could have seen it. It was worth going to. This was worth a flight.
So I think it started off with,
Let me get my notes out too.
like 15 minutes of her reaming the fuck out of them for like the last minute filings. Thank God. I keep getting mind fucked because I see so many internet retard lawyers like talking about like, oh, this is gonna blah blah blah. But like I expected, they got, oh, you got quotes, okay.
Yeah, there was a guy in there who had a computer and was taking notes, so based. Judge Becerra said, I do not know what is going on with all of you, but filing day before or morning of, not in day before or 20 minutes before, it's impossible to adequately prepare for things to be filed day before, and it's boggling my mind. We do not litigate by email. Arguments back and forth on email, not in the record, not litigate by email. This is no way to litigate before here. Next hearing, if day before, I'll strike it. No emergency here. We cannot hold hearings like this. That's the, it's not one-to-one, but that's the gist.
There's probably 15 minutes of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't seem to understand what spoliation is. One of the big problems, and I don't know if they'll ever bring up like, I just don't know if we'll ever make these arguments or whatever. But one of the big problems is I legitimately believe that I don't think that the actual law firm that's hosting this cares about this case. I think Joan is like the one who's personally motivated, but I think she's getting everything from like AI and like Kiwi Farms. Like that's where all of our arguments are coming from. So the argument for spoliation means that you've asked for evidence from me. Not only have I not produced it, but you have good reason to believe that I've destroyed the evidence.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Like you have destroyed it in bad faith.
Yeah, not like there was something from 2023 that maybe you should have, but you don't. Not that like there's something that we wish you would have given us, but you didn't.
No, it's like you knew.
Yeah,
you
and
had to keep this,
you were on
you
notice. Yeah,
destroyed it.
and listening to them, it's one of the things. I guess like in a way it's funny because I'm so successful in life or whatever. But like, if I was like more fucked in life, I would be so irritated at how much of a fucking joke the opposing counsel treats this lawsuit. Like there were this almost could have been like an ex parte hearing.
Yeah.
Like we almost didn't even need to show up for this.
Brettler said less than 100 words.
Yeah, it was because like the judge was just running down their arguments, and it was like fucking. They had no clue what they were doing. Like there were things where they would say like on some of these motions for spoliation, or on some of the things you're arguing about for spoliation, she was like I'm surprised this wasn't just a phone call with the judge. Well, the problem, Kafka, is I don't know. First of all, she was a lot more familiar with the case than I assumed, which is nice.
Yeah, she was very familiar. I have a little bit extra here, maybe to get to Kafka's stuff. She said, I assume you all prepared to make arguments and have evidence. Hope you have witnesses and arguments. Otherwise, it's going to be like pretty easy. And then she goes and talk about.
Oh, before we started anything, she's like, "There's evidence. I hope you guys have good evidence with you today." Yeah, and then looking over at opposing counsel, nobody's there ever because they never have fucking anybody because none of the people involved in the case over there fucking care about it at all.
As far as witnesses, we asked that this is only arguments. involves intentional destruction of the category of the court. Yeah, I don't know.
So everything having to do with they were trying to run down these arguments. So like, well, one of the big issues is that did Pixie show up? Pixie's never attending any of these.
But
she doesn't give a fuck. They don't care.
Did show up.
Joan did show up
She
for
was
once, which was
there.
crazy. But I think it's because Carlos or whoever they're whoever is whatever had no clue what the
Oh my god, that guy had no idea what was going on. By the way, we can get.
Okay. So I think that we're going to get into more details as I'm going to pull up the Cardi statute. We're going to read it together and we're going to talk about what they're litigating in a second. But two things can be true simultaneously. Steven can be potentially guilty of violating Cardi. The motion for summary judgment could be granted based off of the timeline alone, because there's insufficient evidence to show that Steven violated this statute after the date. Steven could still be guilty of what he's being accused of, and Pixie's lawyers could still be incompetent. Okay? All of these things can be true simultaneously. And that's one of the things that's kind of like frustrating about this case, is let's say that these are friends of the family because Pixie's family doesn't want to spend. I think Steven mentioned that he spent almost $800,000 on his defense so far. And that was back in like February, March. So that's a running tally. All said and done, even if he gets the motion for summary judgment, this will be close to $1 million lawsuit that Steven will have spent just on defense. And so Pixie's family, while they're allegedly of means, they could be using a family lawyer who is capable of litigating this style of case, but they don't normally. And as a result, because they're practicing a different form of law, they could be completely ignorant and stupid on how to process said case. Or they could just be ignorant and stupid in general. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have my Juris Doctorate. I don't prosecute, cases or anything like that. But what I would say is I think it's quite systemic in the way that we would view the processing of this case, which is effectively Pixie's lawyers should be subpoenaing, lining up witnesses, lining up the digital forensics, lining up the dates, and making an argument that Steven violated this statute. Okay, that should be what they're doing. But it seems like due to the nature of a shitload of this being hyper online digital communications, verifying the truth, the veracity of these digital communications is weird. Tying actual public identities to private internet identities is weird. It seems like these people are older millennials, Generation X, or even boomers. I don't know how Carlos is. I don't know how old Pixie's lawyer is, but it seems like they are just not equipped to deal with a complex, weird, permanently online sexual degenerate case. So, but once again, multiple things can be true at once. Steven can be guilty of which he is accused. He could have done it before the statute was in effect. Pixie's lawyers can be incompetent. Pixie's lawyers can be stupid or maybe not stupid, but ignorant of internet culture and how the internet works. And this could just be a complex case because of the use of pseudonyms, alternative profiles, weird identities, multiple social media platforms, the use of Snapchat, the use of Discord, the use of telephone text messages, sprawling series of witnesses. This could be the reason why this is so difficult to linearize, right? As Pisco would say. But I would trust a competent attorney to linearize it, right? I'm pretty sure even if Pisco, I'm gonna glaze Pisco real quick. I think if you handed Pisco this case, and even if he didn't normally try this kind of case, he would be able to figure out and linearize the argumentation. But not everyone is as smart as Pisco. Not everyone is as good at linearizing arguments and obtaining evidence and following court procedures, blah, blah, fucking blah. Right? So, I'm going to keep doing my mind map. Moving.
Yeah, the problem is that like the tech arguments are just like completely lost on these people. Fuck. If you
Well, NZ Diversionary says Pixie hired Amber Heard's lawyers. Well, didn't Steven hire Bill Cosby's lawyers? So is it Bill Cosby's lawyers versus Amber Heard's lawyers? Because that would be pretty fucking funny. Somebody fact check that. I don't have time.
If you complain about the mic, I'm just leaving, okay? I don't have time to set up 2 mics or whatever. I don't give a fuck, okay? Jesus Christ. Turn your fucking volume up or catch the YouTube video and suck a dick. Sure. Fuck, what was I just saying?
Carlos or whoever was wholly unprepared.
The things that they're trying to claim that I'm not providing them, and I'm happy because like the judge is like, hold on,
They claimed 6 things that you weren't providing them, and they claimed that 6 things were spoliation.
Go.
I don't know if I have it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah. Okay. So I think the issue that you ran into was they'll say things like there were like 22 files that were provided to yeah, and like he deleted all the files, so that's like spoliation. And it's like, first of all, we've never said that at all. Number one. Number two, like you're comparing the like link of a file, saying that like you don't have like the actual underlying file, which I'm not even sure they asked for. But even if they did ask for it, I don't know if I would ever turn that over. But it was just like every single time, and I've said this before. Now for this hearing, it's another one. Every time I go to these hearings, it's a huge fucking reality check on all the crazy retarded shit. On the crazy retarded shit that people are saying that like the judges is totally not at all on board with. Like when they're saying it's like, oh well, we think there were 22 explicit videos that he sent to this person, he didn't provide them. The judge is like, why would he provide you? Why would he send all of that? That's crazy. Why would you? Like especially in this court case. Why? Yeah. And it's like, thank you. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
And they were like, well, it could be dough or whatever. And it's like, well, you need to show me proof that it is.
And then also, yeah, because everybody online, and like I said, this is why I think that everybody is having like a misunderstanding of like what spoliation is. You can't claim like, I think that you sent this thing to a person, and it's like, okay, well, I didn't, and like I need you to produce every single communication you've ever had with that person ever, and it's like, okay, I don't even know, I don't think I even have this. It's like, okay, well, that means that we're gonna get an adversarial rating because you spoliated all the evidence, you deleted it, and we know that since you deleted it, you had it. And she had to correct them so many times. She had to correct them so many times, saying that just because like you guys have a disagreement on a thing doesn't mean you automatically win, and they couldn't understand that.
It felt like we were watching Suits, but like the Suits guys went to do like a mock trial with a bunch of like high schoolers, and they were actually explaining how to do law. That is genuinely what it felt like. It was so bad.
True. Okay. Any other big things?
Why are you mad at that?
Just fucking retarded. I'd rather go do. I got other shit I can do tonight. Any other huge things you remember from this?
Yeah. So none of the outbounds were produced, is what they claimed about the 22 outbound files. The second was there were 2 media files, apparently on April 24th and May 5th from 2023 that they omitted.
Trying to claim. They're having disagreements over like I think one of the spreadsheets we gave them that like we forgot to put 2 links on the spreadsheet that were in like another thing we provided, and they're like, this is evidence that like you've deleted it all.
Yeah.
Or that like it's all of the arguments were strained as fuck. Yes. And I think it was funny because I think the judge was even saying or something. She was like, that's
B for Brian says Connor defended this cretin for so long. All of my defenses are still accurate. This is what bugs me about the team sports brain mentality. We can literally go watch. After this, we can go watch the 2 drama videos that I made. Matter of fact, I'm going to go not only am I going to pull them up, I'm going to link them in the chat, and we might even watch them on stream. And I wouldn't care if you guys pushed back on them. I truly would not care if you pushed back on them. What was the counterpoints, politics? Give me a second. I'm going to link these in case you guys want to like open them up on a new tab. all the way back to before all this shit. This is all Danabo work. Give me a second, because I narrativized the Mr. Girl report, and I narrativized the drama. So hold on, here we go. And maybe I should be a video essayist. I know I keep talking about how I'm going to do like 10-minute like drama segments or whatever, but maybe I should be a video essayist. I'm truly wondering
behavior as
what I'm going to do for content. But I stand by 99% of what I said in both of these videos, and I am linking them now. Okay? And maybe I'll literally review them on stream. But it's effectively like the snarkers want to treat Steven as if he's like Jack the Ripper, a serial killing rapist. And he isn't, right? He's a gross sexual pervert who does crazy stuff, and it destroys his career. And I'm just going to show you this right here. This right here. This is the opportunity cost of Steven's misbehavior. Pisco and Steven, their podcast in New York that they were planning is dead. And by the way, that would have been like wildly profitable for both sides. Pisco is a successful streamer. He streams to 200 to 300 people. He makes enough money in order to do this full time. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. And them debating all of the time on current events and news, that would have been fire content. Okay. Erudite. A lot of you guys hate Erudite, but Erudite is a woman who can hold her own in the debate space. And they did their entire Red Pill arc, which was quite lucrative to both of their careers. And Erudite and Steven's podcast, Bridges, is dead. Okay. Then Steven's liberal media company. I don't know if you guys remember that. I don't know if you remember 300 people. How many people do you stream to, Kenny? Is the answer fucking zero? You absolute fucking you understand I make enough money between Warhammer and streaming to 50 to 150 people that I make enough money to pay my bills, and I have a family of 4? You understand that, right? So if I can support a family of 4 in Pisco, a new podcast called Burnt Bridges would be fucking sick. True. Dude, a new podcast with Steven and Hutch called Burnt Bridges. Oh, that'd be fucking awesome. Sorry for laughing. I shouldn't laugh. Anyways, I don't know if you guys remember this, but Steven planned on doing a liberal media company, and it seemed like in the fall of 2024 that might happen. Do you remember the election stream? The election stream had like IRI. It had Kyla. It had who was there on the election stream? Sorry, I know I'm going on a side tangent, but please indulge me the side tangent just for a moment. Destiny Election Night Stream 2024. Hold on. So let's take a look at all the people that are here. Okay. This was 2024. So we have Abba and Preach, Kyla, Nick, the chick with huge boobs. I forget what her name is. Lonerbox, IRI, Dan Saltman. And did Relly come out at any point? Oh, here's Pixie. Here's Pixie. It was literally Pixie right before all of this fucking imploded. Pixie is literally on screen. There's Pisco. Dude, this was the peak before the implosion. And by the way, if this hadn't happened, they could have created a liberal media news network that Steven was fantasizing in the fall of 2024. I forget what that chick with the huge boobs. I forget what her name is, but she's like a popular lewd Twitch streamer who has an OnlyFans, and she's made millions of dollars off of said content. Hold on. So that's an opportunity cost, right? That's an opportunity cost. We got the Pisco podcast is dead. The Kyla podcast is dead. The Liberal Media Company is dead. And then Steven Amaranth, thank you. Steven has a studio in Miami. He probably spends between $2,000 and $4,000 on the dance of the drag queen. I hate you. That's very funny though. That is very funny though. Anyways, he's spending $2,000 to $4,000 a month on a lease for a studio he can't even use. And he has like $100,000 worth of equipment for said studio. Yeah, it's an apartment. It's an apartment in the same building. And so he's paying a lease on an apartment, and he has $100,000 worth of fucking podcast studio equipment that he can't use. If he gave up the apartment, I don't know where he stored the $100,000 worth of equipment, but that sucks. And then he admits that there has been a substantial opportunity cost to this thing. That there has been substantial opportunity cost to this thing. Ziobox being back in orbit is hilarious, though. Did Lonerbox and Destiny have a conversation recently? That would be surprising to me, because Lonerbox is Pixie's ex. So that, to be clear, B for Brian, the footage that I just showed you was before the drama, not after the drama. So. No, let's do some Amaranth coverage. No. Chat's wild. Okay. Anyways, back to the legal shit. I'll keep mind mapping. But the point that I'm trying to make is that this entire thing has not only cost Steven $800,000 in cash, it's cost him a substantial amount of relationships, and it cost him a substantial amount of collaborative content that could have been made. Right?
That's a stretch. Like, that's a big stretch to, it was just
She
stupid.
was not happy. And then the funniest one of the 6 was the Dan one. Mr. Saltman, they wanted every single message that Destiny and Dan have ever sent each other in its entirety. But they never subpoenaed Dan. They never asked Dan for deposition. And the judge brought all this up, and they were like, well, no, we didn't ask for it. And then she was like, okay, so I'm striking that. That's just not even one that we're going to even, like, entertain.
Yeah. Yeah. So, the most annoying thing is that they said that they're going to, is they basically get a do-over on the hearing because they fucked it up so bad.
Whole do-over.
I don't understand why they keep getting chances, but the guess that I have, my guess is that I think she's going to rule favorably on the MSJ. That's my feeling.
Think so.
And I think she wants to be like ultra sure, like you guys don't have anything on this, because the claims that they're making on this are really big claims that I'm in like some crazy evidence deletion world. But then when they go to make the arguments to the judge, she's like, none of this is, like, even if some of this was true, this doesn't even count as spoliation. Like, you didn't file a motion to compel on anything. What do I mean by a do-over? She gave them until end of day tomorrow to submit their evidence, because one thing that you guys aren't going to see in the transcript, which is unfortunate, is how much awkward fucking pausing there was, and the looks that Becerra would give when this guy is like stumbling through, because
her looks were.
Because they don't know, they don't have any of their arguments in line. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. She would ask me, what was the date of this? And then he's like shuffling shit. He's got to run back. Joanne was getting up to speak so many times. At some point, the judge was like, excuse me, we're not going to do the tag teaming thing. If you want to come up and do this, you can. But I don't know, if you want to tell Carlos that he doesn't know what he's talking about, I think she said, if you want to tell him he doesn't know what he's talking about, then come up here and tell him that, and then make him sit down. But we're not going to do this back and forth.
And then Joanne sat the fuck down.
Yeah, it was...
Which was stupid because she was the only one who knew anything of like the sort. This guy had no idea what the fuck was going on, and you won't see it in the transcript, but as Steve is saying, there's like 10 minutes of fucking awkward silence between when they're like shuffling through their papers to get to the next fucking line. It was crazy, and she had to be out of there by 3:30. So I felt like they were stalling for time a little bit, but what was the other crazy thing? We had to have like a 30-minute conversation on what the actual date was that you were given notice that you were being sued.
Oh, well, they threw that out. She was like, this, because they were trying to make the argument that, well, the second that his leaks happened, he should have been on notice. And the judge was like,
she was like,
first of all, do you have any
law?
No. It was funny. She was like, do you have any case, or can you cite any case law for that? I think, and they were like, we don't have any in this circuit. And she was like, any from out of this circuit? And he's like, no, no. So, and she's like, you understand this is obviously ridiculous. As soon as you do something wrong, you're supposed to know that you have to retain every single thing from that point. Like, this isn't how any law works ever. It was so fucking stupid how the arguments these people were making. Oh my God.
Just giga retarded. But yeah, now...
Will there be a transcript for this? There should be. For the last minute illegal sealing stuff, I don't know if they're going to seal anymore because that was another thing that Becerra brought up. She's like, I want you to list everything, because she's like, I don't know why there's so much stuff being sealed here. And she reiterated a point that I've given a lot, which is that sealing is like a kind of exceptional thing for court stuff, but Pixie and all of the fucking people that are involved on the other side of this, who have nothing to do in their life, I guess, except for trying to fucking snark me, are like, oh, I just want to file my affidavit. I want to keep my name off it. I want to be private. I just want to fill out my fucking statement, and I just want to be private. And I'm sorry, that's not how this works. And
okay. I think characterizing the lawsuit as snark loses, in my opinion, loses me a few credibility points. Okay. Could it be possible that a young woman that you had sex with and videotaped your sex acts with, and then recklessly communicated with some person you barely fucking knew from the internet, and then got the homemade pornography leaked to the internet that caused her a substantial amount of public embarrassment and digital harassment, resulted in her hating you, and resulted in her wanting to sue you for said public embarrassment and digital online harassment? And could it be true that since you got defensive and instead of coming to a settlement, you understand, here's another thing too. Steven could have paid her $175,000 and walked away, right? He could have literally paid her like 200 grand and walked away. But if he admitted fault in that way, if he came back to, if he had settled with her for 200 grand, that would kind of be an admission of fault that might put some blood in the water. And then as a result, he might get hit with additional suits from Stasia, from Melina, from whoever, right? So that's a risk. Just paying Pixie 200 grand to F off is a huge risk. It might have been the right thing to do. But because he's so defensive of himself, because he litigated this entire thing, what's ended up happening is maybe he didn't get sued by additional parties, who then in turn he would have to come to private settlements with. But then he also has spent $800,000 on the defense at least. So, Larry Hutchinson says, not the lawsuit is snark. The people, i.e. JStalk, are trying to use the lawsuit to stalk. Yeah. But he was saying that Pixie doesn't have anything to do all day. And then, Now, if you feel like that's an unfair representation of what Steven has said, I will remind you that Steven has called her like a vicious see you next Tuesday and said some quite vile things about Pixie. So if you feel like I'm not quite representative of his position, I will say that he has said substantially worse things on different live streams than what he just said. Now, if you're saying, okay, I see you, and I hear you. You guys are saying that he was talking specifically about JStalk, and truth be told, I was focusing on my Microsoft Paint drawing. One of my criticisms of JStalk has been that I think he's been a pussy about this entire thing. And I will say this to his face. He has had problems with Steven and capitalized off of his problems with Steven for the past 2 years. Okay? That is the weirdest sentence I've ever heard, I've ever seen. Newly born corn, and I don't know what you're saying. J-Stock has immensely profited off of his hatred of Steven for the past 2 years. If he truly feels that hatred in his bones, and his testimony, sworn written testimony with his name, address, and phone number, would actually result in a strengthening of Pixie's case in any regard, he should have the fucking stones to put his name, address, and telephone number on a sworn written statement that goes into the record. Am I from Florida? Yeah, I'm in Florida. I'm in Florida. Rodney Hobbs, what the fuck are you talking? When Connor sees Destiny, he turns into Candace Owens. What the fuck? Please cite something specific that you object with when that I heard about, or that I stated. I think that's very silly. Now, this is a gross sentence that I didn't think I would ever read. Sleeping with Destiny was payment enough, in my opinion, but I get your opinion too. Newly born corn, I am flabbergasted by this statement. Are you saying that Pixie, Stasia, and Melina should be so grateful for their opportunity to sleep with Steven that despite him leaking their homemade pornography to the internet via Rose, via the 26-year-old guy, that they're so privileged for having slept with him? That is a very strange statement. That is very weird. Anyways, I'll half listen. He's a celebrity? I'm just going to pretend this is sarcastic and you're just saying this to trigger the fuck out of me. I'm just going to pretend that you're trolling me. I'm going to pretend that you're trolling me.
Yeah, she shouted him through the affidavit game. Because it's like, if you have evidence, submit the evidence. If you want to bring a witness for one fucking time in your life to one of these hearings, bring a witness. But this whole like, I'm just gonna fill affidavit. I want my name to be private. I'm in Canada, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to. Like, excuse me, put your fucking name to it and own up to it and involve yourself in the process. This half-ass bullshit, like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and I want to seal my name on everything is bullshit. So she was like, you guys need to mark every single thing that's sealed and everything that you don't want to be sealed, and then I'm just gonna make a giant fucking ruling on all of it. Yeah. Was Doe there remotely? No, she's probably out fucking partying or smoking weed or doing whatever fucking...
She doesn't... It doesn't seem like she cares.
What's the... No, I don't think any of them care. What's the timeline for some now? She really wants to have the MSJ done before October. If she doesn't roll on the MSJ before October, then my trial would be like in January or February.
It sounded like February. Yeah. It was going to be... That's going to be far out there.
But it sounds like... Based on how seriously she's treating this spoliation thing and how much she's giving them one more chance to do it, my guess is that the MSJ is probably in favor for me, unless they've got some crazy thing that they're going to submit by end of day tomorrow. That's my guess. But
let me see if there's anything else that was crazy.
I didn't realize you could just pay a lawyer to fuck people. I don't know who she's paying them. It might just be because they're family friends, so who knows? Just rich people things. Oh my god. Listening to them try to explain where they were like, so you're saying that he deleted... Oh my god! No, hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm less triggered by shit. When they were saying the sixth thing is like, Dan Saltman... Yeah, we want all of his messages, and she's like, okay, first of all, how do you know that he deleted anything? And they're like, well, we asked for the messages... And we know that they have them because somebody posted a screenshot online of Dan talking about Pixie lying about something. And she's like, I don't, okay. And they're like, well, they're business partners. And she's like, okay. And he's like, and then he goes, well, we think it's highly implausible that he didn't delete a bunch of stuff with his business. And she's like, you think it's implausible that they wouldn't talk about this court case in writing, and then you want me to give you an adversarial reading on that when you didn't try to subpoena him, you didn't motion to compel, you didn't do anything, and you want me to remember? Hold on, just as a clear thing, okay? When they're asking for an adversarial reading, they're not saying we want him to get in trouble because he deleted evidence, or we want him to get in trouble and fine him or whatever. They're saying we want the jury to assume the worst, and we're going to tell the jury that they can. So it's not like well, I don't have this and she doesn't have it, so we're going to argue your credibility. It would be like the jury is allowed to assume that you said the worst thing or whatever you could, basically, in these messages, and that's why you deleted them. That's what they're asking for. It's like, you didn't even ask for messages. It was just like crazy. Oh my God.
Yeah, so she says, do you have any evidence?
So hold on. Let me be fair. Okay, let me be fair as much as I can be. Dan Saltman has been in tech for a decade, right? And he actually has openly advertised his redact.dev website. And so redact.dev is a application software program. I don't know how it fucking works. I'm not a tech guy. But he promises that effectively it can erase your social media footprint after a certain threshold of time. That way, that information can be deleted. Okay. So as a result, is it crazy to assume? I'm not saying this for legal process. I'm saying this on a personal level. On a personal level, is it crazy to assume that Stephen and Dan Saltman might have had communications relevant to the case in which Stephen might confess to some of his malfeasance, and that Dan Saltman might have used redact.dev, or Stephen might have used redact.dev in order to clean up their social media footprint and communications in order to avoid self-incrimination? Now, from a legal standpoint, I'm actually perfectly okay with what Stephen has said, which is that you are assuming that we have had relevant communications. You are assuming that we purged said relevant communications. And so as a result, fuck you. You know? Like, fuck you. Like, you know, you have no evidence that we have malicious communication. So as a result, eat a dick. You are inferring said thing. But then I think something that Stephen gets into, and I might be misremembering. But if you wanted said communications, like we're talking about a sanction. We're talking about the court going after Stephen and saying that Stephen did something bad. But number one, not only do you not have evidence of Stephen doing said bad thing, but number two, if you wanted to establish that there were things missing, then you need to establish the things in the first place. So you would need to subpoena Dan. You would need to subpoena Dan and Stephen's communications. And I'm pretty sure that Stephen gets into this later, and maybe I'm using subpoena incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure they didn't even subpoena Dan. I think that's mentioned. So I think what you would need to do, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm being crazy about this, but if they wanted to establish that there was communications that were purged between Dan Saltman and Stephen, what they needed to do was take the screenshot that Dan Saltman produced that allegedly showed that, like, Pixie, I don't know, she lied about how she had shared homemade pornography herself. Then they would need to subpoena Dan for his communications in records between Stephen and himself. Then they would need to show that that record had been purged and he no longer produced the screenshot. But if you hadn't taken those legal steps, trying to sanction him without those legal steps feels incredibly half-assed. And I think that I pre-watched this a little bit. I think that Stephen actually mentions that her team never even tried to obtain from information from Dan in the first place in order to show that information had been purged. Right?
evidence that they have written communication between the two about like Doe, and then he responds, other than implausibility, no. And then she's
implausibility
like,
for sanctions.
She was like, you think it's implausible? There's no written communication. He was like, very, due to their relationship and that Redact is owned by Saltman. She was like, none of that means Saltman has written communication. Saltman sent defendant a screenshot of P and his communication and they never produced it. I asked you a question. Did you send a subpoena or seek his deposition? No. Then I'm taking this off the list. As best you have is a screenshot sent.
There you go. I think Mooten just articulated exactly what I just said. If they wanted to establish that Dan Saltman and Stephen Bonnell had purged communications, you would have needed to subpoena the communications initially and then shown that they didn't produce said communications. You can't just say, oh yeah, they purged these communications and we think they purged these communications. That's not going to be sufficient for the trial, obviously.
Sent to Destiny, which arguably should have been produced, but third party not deposed and no evidence, it's off.
It's so fucking retarded. And like half of this stuff was like lost by them, like literally on their own. Like it's not even like us.
Well, JTS, or excuse me, JT says, this shows that their goal is punishing Steven and not advancing their underlying claims. Otherwise, why wasn't this requested? You can assume malevolence. I'm going to assume incompetence. Okay. And it's just because of that axiom, right? It's like, never assign to malice what can be explained by stupidity. I just think a substantial amount of people are actually just stupid. They're basically like conscious Roombas bouncing off of each other. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, you can assign malice. I'll assign stupidity, and we'll figure it out in the wash.
Making arguments yet. It's literally just them fucking not understanding the law or their motion or fucking anything else. It was so stupid.
Pretty wacky. Brettler looked good. I liked his suit. I'm not a fan of the Apple Watch, I will say.
Listen, those are business cats. They're trying to do work. Oh, the when they were trying to make they didn't bring up any of the expert witness arguments at all.
They brought up Pena a little bit.
Barely. No, because Becerra was, but they didn't bring any of his arguments up.
No.
Because I don't think that they understand them. Because they were having a big, difficult time.
I don't know if Becerra's going to be able to understand them, which is an issue, because the judge should be able to.
Well, the judge, if the judge can't understand it, it's going to get tossed. Yeah, I'm fine. Because she's not stupid, because she seemed to, because like she corrected them when they were like, we think he's deleted these things. Like, why? Well, because he sent the file name without the file. And she's like, these aren't the same thing. Did you ask for the file? Why would he even turn these over, right? So she's not stupid, but I think on their side, they are stupid. You could tell from Jones' deposition. Because they're saying things, oh my God, Becerra's like, he said like in the deposition that he deleted evidence, and she's like, yeah, he said that in the deposition. It's like, first of all, why wouldn't you cite that in a fucking filing if I literally admitted that? So that's a lie, number one. And then I like how, when they were pushing the Dan thing, she's like, you asked them to turn over all the messages with Dan, and Jones like, yes. And she's like, is that written anywhere? And she's like, well, no, it was on a meet and confer. And she's like, and you asked him on the call, and she was like, yes. And she's like, you're 100% sure that you asked him? And she's like,
pause.
And she's like, I'm pretty sure that I would have.
But she also said, I have a bad memory.
Oh, she's like, yeah, I can't remember 100%. I was like, oh my God, dude. God, I hate these motherfuckers so much.
Yeah, that transcript's gonna be good. I couldn't believe that she admitted that she was like, well, I have a bad memory. It's like, okay, so what you're telling me is you have no idea. You have no fucking clue. Because either you're 100% or you're not, sure.
And they memorandalize everything. Like, memorandize? You write notes about calls you have, and they email back and forth about their calls anyway, so.
Let's go to ceiling. You are making me banana. This is another quote from her.
Let's see. What do we got? Oh, another argument they tried to use was like, well, after the leaks happened, he hired a lawyer in New York, so he should have been on notice then that somebody could have sued him.
This was like, crazy because I don't know, so I'm asking, I guess. Didn't you hire this lawyer to go and like pull like the shit down from Kiwi Farms or whatever?
That would have been part of the court case, but that wasn't. But that was just random. But this is for plaintiff work. It was going to be for me trying to sue somebody.
Yeah. Can you try to steal this transcript? They might.
So dumb. Sometimes you just ask for things that I don't think exist. Like they're like, we haven't gotten the Google records or the logs or whatever of the
It was the Google activity or something?
Activity log. I don't even know if these things are real. I've never even heard these things or like seen any evidence of. I don't even know what the fuck.
And we're very online.
Yeah, and they've never like actually mentioned. I think that the Jesus Pena guy might have brought this up. I don't even know what this is about. Yeah.
I don't know if they were trying to be sneaky with the dates. Because at some point they were talking about, like, they had just fucked up the year to be a whole year earlier, and then Brettler had to come in and correct them.
Oh, no, they were just wrong. Because they went from
wrong?
January
Okay.
to November, but then they backed up, yeah.
They were a whole year off, which would, I mean, I think that would be a deal.
It's funny, they keep bringing, or we didn't really get much to the Jesus stuff, but, like, his initial claim was that I was just tampering with stuff. He did claim that I deleted some stuff, but then in his amended filing, he said, because he corrected himself the next day, he was like, oh, actually, I didn't understand how Discord worked. I was wrong about all the deleted stuff, but I think he did tamper stuff because some of the link names are changed between some of your exhibits because of like a scan error, and he thinks that's evidence that I'm like tampering with the evidence. Oh, she had to ask them like 4 times, like, did Abby give you guys evidence that anything has been deleted or that the plaintiff like sent her the video? And they would answer questions. She had to ask them like 5 times. She was like, I need you to listen to what I'm asking you and answer the question. And they were like, well, they claimed this thing, yeah. Oh yeah, and she at one point with Joan, she was like, this is a yes or no question. And then Joan still like rambles for like 20 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh, she was pissed at the end of it too, because Joan at the end was like, can I ask you a question? And she was like, I don't know, can you? Which was just funny. Just high school shit. Was Doe present? No, of course not. I've been at the same amount of cases for this trial as the plaintiff.
Because she's been at one hearing, yeah.
Yes. What's going to be interesting is who comes to the next one, because the next one, it was supposed to be this one, but the next one's an evidentiary hearing.
Well,
so
all of it, they probably should be bringing their witnesses to these, but they won't because all of these people just sign an affidavit and disappear into the fucking wind. So
then they have nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Reaction to Darius's mouse suit. You can pull it off. Did anyone record the hearing? It is not allowed to record your hearings in federal court. We had to put our phones in like a box, and then you enter with no phone. I had no phone for like 3 hours.
It's just crazy that like the entirety of the everything they're just literally copy pasting arguments either from a shitty AI or from Kiwi Farms, and then they are and then that's it. And then the judge is basically saying like, you know that these aren't like real legal arguments. Like I don't know what you're not even like arguing.
Well, their lawyer called it Kiwi Leaks.
Oh yeah, he's like on Kiwi Leaks.
He doesn't even know what the fuck's going on.
I love Pena's practice, as he did in the latest filing, for properly preserving evidence provenance is to literally just take an MD5 hash of a file. It's so goofy. It's everything about that guy is. I wonder if I'm no, yeah, I don't know. That dude should be. I've heard of an industry. I hope it's not real. I don't know how real it is. That there's an industry of like expert witnesses, and they just get paid a bunch of money to like go and just say whatever they want you to say. But that guy is like tech illiterate. I would never, like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
It was a good 3 hours. It feels a little retarded that we had to sit there through this for the judge literally just to tell them like, all right, so next time you're going to have to really be prepared.
Anything that went poorly, the problem is we didn't really even get to say anything because they were. You're not going to get it in the transcript how awkward it was with them like walking back and forth trying. They didn't like their exhibits aren't in line. They're not familiar with the facts of the case. They don't know a lot of the evidence. They were misstating like dates and names and things, and they didn't understand the legal arguments sometimes that they were making. I don't think they understand. Like I think that, like I said, this is why I feel like a lot of it just comes from Kiwi Farms, from that like the fat Kiwi Farms lawyer guy, where people think that like, oh, there's some evidence that they didn't produce. That's spoliation. That's adversarial. It's like these are big sanctions. These are like big boy. Like you fucked up really bad because like on some adversarial readings, that could be your whole court case. So the fact that they're trying to pull like these kinds of sanctions on evidence that not only have they not even like issued like motions to compel, they haven't even asked for some of it. Or like we've told them that like we have produced everything we have with regards to this, or we don't think this is responsive and we fought, and then that's it. And they're like, well, now we're gonna adversarial reading you. And it's like, and there are things where they're trying to get adversarial readings on like findings of fact. Like they'll say like, because they were trying to say like, well, he sent 22 videos to Abby and he didn't.
This isn't even funnily enough, I'm in agreement with Steven that this is an improperly prosecuted or conducted case. So, my limited experience with criminal court cases is that if it is not evidenced, it didn't happen. And so, like you have to line up your argumentation, and if it's not there, then the court cannot consider it. So that means that sworn written affidavits have to be filed. That means that DUI blood chemistry results or breathalyzer results have to be filed. That means that requests or subpoenas for additional evidence have to be filed. The evidence obtained from said subpoenas have to be filed. And all of these things have to be meticulously lined up by the lawyers who are moving through the case, or else they will not be able to secure. I know that I worked criminal, not necessarily civil, but anything that you do not document meticulously, get to the point, Connor. This is my stream, you cunt. Here's 5 minutes. Enjoy it. Anything that you do not document meticulously is not worthy of being considered. So if Pixie's lawyers are failing to subpoena, failing to request, failing to compel, failing to linearize, failing to narrativize, that is going to weaken their case such to the point that, Jen Winkler said this earlier in the case, that there's a decent probability that the motion for summary judgment is going to go through. And that is Steven's hope, is that by early September, that based off of the way that the judge was conducting themselves and the incompetence of the other lawyers, that she's trying to give the other side an opportunity to line up their shit. But if they fail to line up their shit, she's going to grant the MSJ. But I do want to point out that the MSJ is based on not whether or not Steven potentially violated the Cardi statute. It is solely based on whether or not he violated the statute after it was appointed. Or legislated. So any moral criticism that you have of Steven, moral, not legal, is this good or bad, not whether or not he is going to suffer a legal or financial sanction. Any moral criticism still stands. Okay? So that's kind of where I need y'all, like the DGGers who are hanging out to see if this is going to be like a crash out, and I'm going to be like, oh, Steven's so evil, he's so bad, I'm just going to represent whatever I want in reference to the case rather than what I think to be true. No. I need y'all to get ready for the fact. MSJ stands for Motion for Summary Judgment. It is Steven telling the judge, hey, I do not think the other side has established their case. I don't think that they have established that I violated the law prior to the law, after the law had been enacted. Therefore, I do not think that this case should go forward. Therefore, I want you to dismiss the case. And if I had to guess, I would put it at like 70-30, 80-20, that actually they are going to get the MSJ approved by early September. Right? Anyways, B for Brian, you rude fuck. Now I'm done with my extemporaneous rant. Now we'll get back into the content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Bye for now.
He didn't give us every video, so we think that he deleted them and we want an adversarial reading. And it's like, excuse me, the judge can't just decide that court case fact for you. That's going to be for the jury, right? And she had to explain it. She's like, this is for the jury to decide. Abby will come up and say something, and then Abby will give her a story, and then they'll decide if they believe her or not. I imagine the defendant will come up and say the opposite, and they'll decide if they want to believe him or not. That's what the jury is for.
Explain what a trial is.
Yeah, like 10 times. She had to explain to them like 10 times, like, this is what the jury is for. And it's like so fucking annoying.
I couldn't believe that they kept being asked, like, did you submit a motion to compel? And they were like, well, no, but that's because opposing counsel wasn't available. And the judge was literally like, okay, I was a magistrate. Do you know what happened when counsel did that to me? I would set a date, and then somehow magically they would show up.
Yeah, no, because, hold on, but this is like this is so retarded. Because Joan and them were saying, like, well, we gave them the dates, and they said they were unavoidable. And Becerra has to go, like, okay, so you understand that the whole court process would fail if the opposing counsel could just always say, I'm not available. Are you telling me you would, like, never... You'd never file for anything? Like, it's so stupid. Yeah, because obviously, yeah, you just fucking unilaterally notice something or schedule something, and the opposing counsel has to oppose it or show up. Yeah, and they keep doing this thing. I talk about this so, like process and procedure is, like, important. You can't just claim that, like, we were going back and forth in email and they stopped responding, so now we're doing this. I was like, well, why didn't you file anything with the court? Why didn't you put anybody on notice? Like, why are you coming at this, like, a year later sometimes or some of these things? It's like...
Mute for a second, because I don't want to give him a good idea. No, this is a good one. If you want, you can say it. I just didn't know if I should say it on stream.
Oh, Mr. Moon was saying, like, if they fuck up enough, could Pixie say, like, I had bad representation, I want a retrial? But I'm pretty sure that's, like, a criminal thing. That's, like, the state is, like...
That would be crazy, dude. Round 2.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully in the next 2 weeks...
Wait, so by the 21st, do we know... So, by tomorrow, end of day, she wants them to have all their filings for all their evidence of spoliation. Because just saying, like, we want a thing and we don't have it and we think it exists, that's not enough. So they have to file whatever evidence they have. And then we get... I think 2 days after that. Wait, what is the day of the week today?
Today's Wednesday.
Oh, then she said, I think she'd give us till Monday, end of day, to file our response. And then after she reads that, which she said she'll rush through, she'll schedule the next hearing. If I'm super lucky, I don't know if they do hearings on Friday, maybe on the 29th.
Saturday.
Is that a Saturday? Oh, maybe on the 28th, that Friday, maybe. Or maybe the following Monday, and then...
But it's got to be before September 28th? Is that the day that she said?
Maybe, yeah. The end of September is too late, because then she's, like, getting...
She's in, like, real trial shit.
A roll of trials that'll last her through January, so... But the... hopefully... Like I said, my guess based on her demeanor was that... My guess is that the MSJ is good to go, and she's just waiting to see, like, is there some crazy fuck-up or some random crazy thing... that is, like, out there or whatever.
What happens if they don't submit by tomorrow? I would hope that the judge would just say you're fucked.
Dude, I would say that, but I feel that for how many times? I don't know, bro. How many times can they fuck up and they get, like, leniency? I don't know. Is Pixie not required to show up? She doesn't have to show up. You could just not give a fuck. Hopefully it communicates something to the judge.
Well, your counsel is literally there to be you, right?
Yeah, I guess, but, like... I mean, in a way, their lack of preparedness kind of saved them, because I think, didn't she say at the beginning where she was like, you guys should be prepared to, like, have witnesses or give testimony? Like, I'm always ready to testify. If you want me to say anything on the record, under oath, I could do it, yeah.
But I don't know how they were not prepared. This literally got pushed back.
Yeah, they got pushed back like a month or several weeks, yeah, so I don't know, dude. I think if she's, like, paying really close attention, I think that, because the filings are a mess.
Yeah.
It's not even that there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them, but they're like, it's a fucking mess. The arguments these guys are making are so Redditor. They're so tortured. They're so out on a... I think she even said that, like, that's a stretch. I think for one of the things, yeah. And she's got to know, like, when they're saying things like, well, we think that it's plausible that he and his business partner, Dan, had lots of in-writing conversations about Pixie, so we want to file for sanctions.
I want everything.
Stuff. Yeah, and it's like, you're crazy. You're just insane. And they're such... They don't have any good... Yeah, it's just dumb. Yeah. Is it literally all down to this one spoliation argument? It's unlikely to go to trial if they can't demonstrate. That's my guess. But...
I mean, I feel like the judge should know a lot more, because it seems like she's going to go and read through your entire deposition.
She mentioned that. I don't know if she knows how. I don't know how normal it is for civil cases
Have like an 8-hour depo.
to do the full. Like I think 7 hours is your limit, but my guess is from most civil cases, a deposition is anywhere from like maybe 1 to 3 hours.
She's
but like
gonna see that and be like, these
she's gonna be
motherfuckers.
like 480 pages. Oh boy.
She might as well just turn it on and watch it on the fucking television.
Yeah. Thank you, Duck Festity, for the 5 gifted subs.
Judges rarely read it unless necessary. Well, she says that she's going to.
Yeah.
Because she said that, I think she was like trying to say like she couldn't just trust the excerpts, or the excerpts didn't have everything.
Well, yeah, because they keep like referencing things that are not like, yeah, like her saying shit like fuck. What was the question?
Judges don't really look at depositions.
Oh, when the plaintiff's lawyers are saying things like he admitted in the deposition to deleting a bunch of stuff. First of all, no, I didn't.
Yeah, I saw your whole side. They were like, no,
yeah,
what?
Like, oh, I guess you guys just win because you're saying I said that. Talk about like assumes facts not in evidence. Like, also, if that's true, I'm pretty sure that would have showed up on your fucking filings. Why would you not quote that part of the deposition where I'm saying, yeah, yes, I did delete everything? Like, why not quote that part? Yeah, dumb. What's really crazy is so many docket entries, but they're not even following procedures with motion to compel. Yeah, all of it is dumb. But they're procedurally, the other side is like a nightmare. How aggressive was Brettler? Not that much. Like we didn't say almost anything. I could have been. Oh, no, well, not really. Like I almost could have been there on my own. Like I said, I think or Mooten, I think said Brettler probably said like less than 100 words.
Yeah, I think like Brettler, the hardest.
Lucky, thanks for the 500 subs.
The hardest he went was literally just like calling the opposing counsel wholly unprepared.
Yeah, but I mean
and the judge didn't disagree.
They literally did the thing again where they linked to a random YouTube video of yours in a filing and didn't submit it as a file.
Classic.
The problem too is that they're probably like, I think that one issue is that they kind of like cheated on a math exam where you're in like a calc class and you're like copying answers and then a teacher's asking how you got the answer and you have no fucking idea.
It's like the work matters.
Yeah, and so these guys have copy pasted so many arguments from Kiwi Farms. I don't think they know how they can like justify some of the things that they're stating because they're so lost in the sauce on like why.
See, and somebody was beefing in chat earlier, arguing, hey, couldn't it be malevolence? Couldn't it be that these lawyers are just malicious and they're trying to punish Steven as much as possible and this, that, the other, which could be partially true. I don't know. On the spectrum of hatred and incompetence, I don't know, if that's even a binary. And what Steven and Mooten have pointed to repeatedly, which I think is funny, is they keep pointing to incompetence. They keep saying that, like, these lawyers, I know they're talking about Kiwi Farms in particular, but I think that if you transpose that argument to what they were talking about in reference to the way that they file things, the way that they support their evidence, the fact that they're using hyperlinks instead of recorded files, like all that kind of shit, what they're stating is that these people got Juris Doctorates and then somehow carved out a professional niche where I don't even know what forms of law they practice, but they've at least done it enough that they can consider themselves professionals in good standing with the bar. And but as a result of getting outside of their area of expertise, they have truly fucked up this case, like consistently. They're not requesting files accurately. They're not requesting files in a timely manner. They're not substantiating their evidence. They're not recording shit. They're not submitting it correctly. They're violating processes of civil litigation and blah blah fucking blah. And so as a result, they're being tolerated because they're still lawyers with JDs who are professionals who are capable of working in a different form of law, but they're tripping over their own dicks in reference to this case. So that is where, somebody was arguing about maliciousness versus incompetence. It seems like even Steven and Mooten are consistently pointing to the incompetence of the other people. They're immigrants. Jesus, Larry Hutchinson. Oh, sorry, I took that the wrong way. I get what you're saying. They normally work immigration law. I thought Larry was blaming their incompetence on being immigrants, but instead he's saying they normally work immigration law. My bad. I didn't mean to malign you. My apologies. My apologies. Demon King Drago says, I could be wrong, but in regards to malicious behavior, isn't Pixie's team helping one of their witnesses, Abby MC, dodge a summons or something? I don't know. I don't know. I truly do not know. It's not for me to know what's going on with Abby MC, but I think that's Steven's side. Okay, once again, they're looking at the chronology of the Cardi statute, and they're stating that the violation occurred prior to the law being in effect. And Abby MC states, well, he sent me, somebody correct me if I get the details wrong, but Abby MC is a witness for Pixie who stated, actually, he sent me homemade pornography after the Cardi statute. So as a result, even if the initial disclosure to Rose was prior to 2022, we have argumentation and evidence that this was an ongoing behavior of Stevens. So that's where what Steven is trying to do is they're trying to knock out Abby MC as a viable witness or viable evidence from the case because they can't depose her. They can't get her to show up for court hearings. They can't get her for this, for that. And so if they're able to knock her out, then they're able to knock out, like, if this is like is it Jenga? Is Jenga the one where you stack wood and then you try to pull out pieces? They're trying to pull out that Jenga piece in the hopes that the opposing counsel's case falls apart without Abby MC. So if a judge was reviewing the logic of the scenario and they see, oh yeah, he disclosed this to Rose prior to the Cardi statute, there's an allegation of it being disclosed after the Cardi statute, but actually that's bullshit. Therefore, this is sufficiently bullshit that I'm just gonna MSJ this. I'm just gonna dismiss this. So, yeah, anybody in chat, it looks like people in chat are agreeing with me, but if I got that wrong in any way possible, please let me know. So, yeah. How do you not know Jenga? Because I played a variety of board games. I played Risk. I've played Stratego. I've played wait. What is it? God damn it. It's not Foursquare. Foursquare is the one that you play with a dodgeball. Connect 4. There you go. I played Connect 4. I've played Spades. I've played War. I've played poker. I've played many games in my life. Larry Hutchinson for 2 says, great job at trying to get me canceled. Lol. My bad, King. My bad. My bad. I read your comment. I thought you were being snarky. My bad. Yeah, Larry Hutchinson says, Connor, Tiny's argument was that he never sent videos to Abby MC. And by the way, this is where if I was working this case as Pixie's representative, I wouldn't necessarily subpoena, like I would subpoena Abby's records. I would use Abby as a witness. But if I truly believed that videos had been sent to Abby MC, I would ask Abby MC on what platform was it communicated. And if she said, oh, it was sent to me via Snapchat, so it's deleted. Okay, well, we can't do that, right? But if it was sent via Discord, or if it was sent via text message, or if it was sent via WhatsApp or something like that, if the social media, it's difficult to get a subpoena to a social media company and have them comply in a timely manner, but you should still be submitting a subpoena to the social media platform, because I'm pretty sure that Discord actually maintains records in perpetuity. So you can block someone and that deletes all the records of your previous conversations on their end. You can delete your own communications. But I'm pretty sure that Discord is actually one of the better communications companies that retains communications data for prolonged periods. So, yeah, you should, whatever was communicated on is what you should subpoena. Jen Winkler says the whole problem is that Abby won't provide any further information about receiving the material. Right, Jen Winkler. And so this is where I think that Steven's defense team could say, well, if Abby is not complying with court orders, if she's not willing to follow up on her sworn written testimony, and if she is unwilling to provide the records, we should treat this as hogwash. We should treat this as bullshit, and this should be ignored by the court. This should not be submitted to the jury, and this should be basically ignored. And that would knock out one of the Jenga pieces that Pixie's side is reliant upon in order to get past the subject matter jurisdiction argumentation. So, Jen Winkler says, I read their policy and it said 30 days. This was a year ago when I looked it up. That could be true, but I could have sworn to God that Discord might have stated that their records are maintained in perpetuity. So hold on. Let's just Google it real quick. How long are Discord logs maintained by Discord? Discord stores regular chat messages indefinitely until you or an administrator deletes them, while server audit logs are kept for 90 days and API level logs are kept for 45 days. Once a message is deleted, it is removed from Discord's active view. So I don't know if this first statement, Discord stores regular chat messages indefinitely. I don't know if that means that the Abby logs would be available in perpetuity. I truly do not know. But either way, you should, in good faith, if you're being a good faith representative of Pixie's side, you shouldn't just be reliant on Abby MC unless Abby MC admits to you that she lied to you, at which point you should retract that statement from the case. But you should subpoena Discord, right? So after Destiny deleted all his logs, they're gone? I don't think so. This states, and it's an AI summary, so I don't know. Discord stores regular chat messages indefinitely. Indefinitely means forever. So, put that into your calculus when you're sending dick pics and vagina pics to each other. That if you're cringe sexting somebody on Discord, there's a strong chance that the Discord company has your cringe sexting in perpetuity. So, anyways, moving.
Like, yeah, I really think that they're literally just, they've copy pasted so many arguments that they don't know how to justify any of these things anymore. Or sometimes they forget they're not even actually making legal arguments.
Yeah, the judge was done though. Like, she's over this shit.
She was mad.
What is this?
Oh, they fucked up a little bit. I don't know how they contacted Witness C or whatever, but I don't know how they're farming people out. If Justigal is like hoarding these fucking random women to throw at Pixie, because obviously Pixie has completely and utterly failed in her discovery obligations to be every fucking step of the way. I don't have a single conversation from her still, except for one group chat that we were both in. Based queen though, but when they went up, I don't know if it was Joan or Carlos was saying like,
sorry, Grassroots Hegemon sent me a screenshot of his own Discord DM where he says, if I made out with Natalie Dormer, I'm going to make it a little bit funnier in my mind. If I was making out with Natalie Dormer and she was bald, then it would look like thumb wrestling. Anyways. Kenny says, Connor, sexting is only cringe to sexually repressed neocons like you. No. And by the way, I have sexted in my life. I'm saying that there can be sexts that are normal, healthy, happy, hot, and that's fine. But there are some sexts, SEXTS, that are cringe, lame, weird, and gross. So no, I'm not saying that all sexting is gross. I am saying that some sexting is gross. So for instance, I would view any sexting, any sexual communications about ephebophilically molesting each other's children, I find that gross and cringe. That's a personal taste issue. Oh, and then Fell Runner, I'm not trying to, I don't know if this is a firm enough answer for you, but and Doobie should be made aware of this as well, but we should not be exposing any PII in the COG. There should be no researching of people's addresses, researching of people's real names, researching of people's real phone numbers, researching of people's real social media, and then posting it into the COG. That should not happen. And if somebody is maliciously doxing people on other servers, and we have like photographic evidence of you doxing said people, those people should be removed. Like maybe we could make an exception for like pedo hunter shit. Like if somebody is saying like, oh, I was looking for this person's PII because they trafficked in CSAM and we turned it over to law enforcement. Here's my law enforcement report. Then I would actually, I would potentially tolerate that. But if it's just looking up people's PII in order to digitally harass them, number one, that should not be happening in the COG. Number two, if it's malicious and it's happening in another community, we can ban people from our community from that. And I'm comfortable doing that. So, anyways. Jim says, I'm always asked cut or uncut. Don't get the need to know. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Like, oh yeah, so like we contacted, and then they're like, oh, we were contacted by, we got, and it's like, you disgusting fucking piece of shit. Yeah, so, but I don't have any of those. Don't have any of that. None of that is turned over. Like, they're trying to do this thing where they'll like bait with a piece of evidence and then like ask for more, and it's like, if you have something, then turn it over. That's your discovery obligation. You're saying somebody has one, then turn it over and let's look at it. Let's go through it. We're not gonna play this fucking trickle game of bullshit. Like, I don't know what the fuck.
They've been playing it for
the
a
entire
while
time
now, and they don't. The judge doesn't seem to really care too much. Well, I mean, she went on a 15-minute rant, I guess. Did they mention Joan representing all the witnesses? No, but I can't believe that they haven't yet. That would be awesome. Just to, Your Honor, do you know that Joan is representing every witness?
True.
In this case?
That's when you say, communication from line side, would it be correct for you to file a motion? So we don't want to file any of that shit because it's our position that Discovery's been closed for fucking half a year. So we don't want to. We don't want to be doing. We don't want to do that. Yeah. But like, oh, we're gonna file a motion to compel now. Like, our position is Discovery's been closed. They obviously found nothing, but they keep trying to add like 11th hour random affidavit. Also, this like the testimony by affidavit bullshit, and then like they're trying to seal everything they file. Like they think this is like a
I know you went earlier, but
like it's like a child sex assault case. Like these things can be very sensitive. Although even on that, there's a lot of stuff. Like court cases are not comfortable experiences, and yeah, them trying to get every single fucking thing they filed under seal.
My duty is to the public. Like the public should be able to know.
She said that with she said generally these things are filed unopposed or usually, but she's like even when people file to seal. Jointly or unopposed, I might not be able to seal something because it's a public docket. Yeah. It
was also funny when they were talking about the jury or whatever. She was like, "You can waste my time because I waste people's time."
Oh, she was like,
she was like, if we're
she said, if you guys are doing this when we're at trial, like you can waste my time because sometimes I'm late or whatever, but you're not going to waste the jury's time. We'll just move on. So whatever this is not okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Did we already talk about it would be implausible that the defendant didn't talk to Saltman, therefore he must have destroyed that evidence. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's actually so fucking funny how... It's not funny, actually. It's tragic, and it's a waste of my fucking life, but it's... In a very dark sense, it's kind of funny. I haven't been following the case, but why is it they're allowed to miss deadlines, submit things last second? Shouldn't the judges throw that evidence out? I mean, they barely even brought it up today. I don't even know what they don't have a command of any of the facts. It's like, it's very, very, very annoying to me that they don't... Like, I can't even imagine them trying to do like a direct or cross-examination. I don't know if any of them are mentally competent enough to follow any lines of questioning at all because they just don't understand. Like, they keep mixing up so many different things. And it's very annoying. Kiwi leaks.
This would be a funny court case to watch because of how I just think they would completely fuck it up. Now, I don't hope it goes to court because that's
just 4 months away.
So
5 months away.
Far.
Yeah. But you know what they say? 97% of cases are done by the MSJ, I think, so.
Did the hearing add stress or relieve it? I mean, I think that it went well. It sounds like the big one is the next one.
But I mean, I feel like they always are, yeah. Do you incur any cost between deposition? I mean, if there's nothing going on, not really, but I'm just so curious what they're going to try to file by tomorrow, end of day.
They got a lot of shit to file tomorrow. Let me see the docket.
Jesus. What are the chances, if you had to guess, that it's going to be dismissed? My guess is like 85% because all the Rose stuff has to be thrown out because they failed to establish the timeline on that, and even their own expert witness agrees on the timeline. So the dose, all the Rose stuff is gone. So everything basically comes down to this ABMC thing, which I can't imagine that survives summary judgment without her showing up for any deposition. Like, here's the thing: I don't know how they could even guarantee that she would show up in court. Like, if you guys couldn't produce her at all for your 8 months of discovery, If you guys couldn't produce any evidence from her at all,
may I ask? May I ask? Is there anyone else that was doxxed by Steven? In my opinion, like in that we know about. So I have Wicked Supreme being doxxed. I don't think there's a good justification for that. I have Steven doxing Esports Batman for being complicit in the Snarkers by giving J-Stock legal feedback on his court proceedings. I think that's fucked up, but, you know, whatever. He's at least making an argument for why he deserves it. Steven doxed, fail doxed J-Stock. The veracity is in dispute. I don't know if he successfully doxed J-Stock. Steven also called for the dox of Queenman. Steven called for Doobie's docs, unknown if it's successful, and Steven has alluded to Pixie's docs being available in other places besides his stream and court case. He's called for Hassan Piker's docs. Hassan Piker is Hassan Piker is going. He doxed Why did he dox FMJ? Why do I care who Steven doxed? Because doxing is bad, Rodney Hobbs. Do you think doxing is good? Steven has called for the, who is it? Darius went to Ryle Kittenhouse's neighborhood based on his docs. What was the other one? Please check Discord DM. It helps with your baby argument. Have a blessed day. Off to the gym. Well, good for you, man. Larry Hutchinson, I know that you said that you were kind of like in a point of transition, so good for you that you're going to the gym, buddy. Let me take a look at this. All right, so I'm going to read this AI summary that was sent to me via DMs. Yes, Stephen Bonnell and his legal team did issue a deposition subpoena to Abby MC as a part of the ongoing Doe versus Bonnell federal lawsuit. Abby MC is considered a critical linchpin witness for the plaintiff Jane Doe, wildly linked to the streamer Pixie, who is suing Bonnell for the cyber sexual harassment and revenge porn. The witness context: Abby MC initially provided a sworn declaration or affidavit supporting Jane Doe's claims, asserting that Bonnell had shared explicit material. The reason for the subpoena: because Abby MC provided a sworn statement for the prosecution, Bonnell's defense team had the constitutional and legal right to depose her, question her under oath to test the validity of her claims. Okay. I mean, that's fair, right? If we're actually trying to execute this properly under the system and process of the justice system of the United States, that's fair, right? It doesn't matter whether or not you think Steven is a bad guy. Steven could be a bad guy and he would still have the right to depose. So, hold on. So I'm going to thank the people who have donated. Thank you for your donations today. I do appreciate it. Thank you to the 70 to 90 people who have shown up for this so far today. Larry Hutchinson, Shapingro, Rifleman, Old School, Rifleman, Unork, Nameless Henchman, Airborne Kite, Anonymous Chatter, Old School, and Old School. Thank you for your donations today. And I think I read all of this. Let me just make sure that I read these. Old School says Destiny is the Harvey Weinstein secret love child. I disavow. Rifleman says the malevolent are often incompetent. True. Shapingro says, you know Occam's razor, meet Hanlon's razor. I don't know the reference, but I'm assuming it's badass. Larry Hutchinson says, great job at trying to get me canceled, lol. My apologies, King. Larry Hutchinson says, please check DMs in order to help you with the baby argument. Have a blessed day. Off to the gym. Thank you. Appreciate you, King. All right, let's get back to it, though. Let's get back to it.
how could they possibly guarantee that she will be here for this 2-day period to show up for the trial? I don't know how they could possibly guarantee that in good faith. I don't know.
It seems like they have until Monday to file all of the stuff on the ceiling, but the spoliation shit needs to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
End of day tomorrow, yeah. The last few things they filed are in no way evidence of spoliation, correct? No, it's no. They I don't know if they satisfied like on their own spoliation claims.
Hold on.
For anything when they were.
That's something I want to address.
That's why she's giving them.
Wasn't the PV stuff accidental leaking? Yes, I was there during the leak. So what ended up happening was PV, I think they have like it's common, and by the way, if I say anything incorrect, it's not out of malice, it's out of stupidity and ignorance, okay? The PV docs leak was a result of, I think there's like a 501c3 and a 501c4, and a lot of political organizations will form both because both of them have disclosure and tax and finance advantages. And so there'll be like a 501c3, 501c4 hybrid. And so what happened was the tax filings were normally going, for the content creator program, were normally going under the one that had more discrete reporting requirements, but then it got filed under the more public one. And so as a result, the names, addresses, phone numbers, and payment details, not specifically the banking account information, but just how much people were being paid, was leaked under the PV incorrect tax filing. And so what happened, at least from my perspective, was that Wick got doxxed, I got doxxed, Kyla got doxxed, I think Hutch got doxxed, everybody got doxxed, right? Everybody's PII is publicly available now. And Hasan Piker, because of his beef with, I think, Destiny, I don't know who he was beefing with particularly, but Bad Empanada released the docs. He covered it and linked it and published it. And then Hasan Piker covered it and kind of fucked it all, you know, basically released everybody's shit and popularized it. I don't care, right? Like, I'm easy to find. My name's my name. My address is my address. My phone number is my phone number. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you come to do me harm, and I am able to discern that you are coming to do me harm, then I am going to defend myself aggressively. That's the nicest way that I can say it. So, Doobie says, Darius used what he thought was J-Steck's dead father's pic as a profile picture in a Wix stream. Destiny has also doxed multiple chatters in DG chat for questioning him. Also try to get Pixie's wife deported. Oh, I forgot about Pixie's wife deportation. That was a fun one. Didn't he work with Myron Gaines as well? Didn't he say, like, wasn't there some private DMs that, where Steven was trying to use Myron Gaines' connections with the Department of Homeland Security in order to get Pixie's paperwork wife deported? Yeah, that was cool. That was super cool. That was very cool. Tried to get Pixie's immigrant paperwork wife deported using Myron Gaines as a Department of Homeland Security contact. Dude, that was so cringe. I'm not gonna lie. That is just like, that's fucked up for me. I'm not gonna lie. That is very cringe. I'm coming to take pictures for Diminished Darknut. This is a threat. Hey, as long as it keeps Diminished Darknut oiling, I don't care. That's fine. I'm gonna go over what I have so far. Real quick, I'm gonna go over what I have so far, okay? So hold on. And anybody, feel free to correct me if you disagree with any of the details. In the summer of 2022, Steven lies to Melina and Lauren Southern so he can have a relationship with Lauren and emotionally cheats on Melina, and he considers leaving Melina for Lauren, which then implodes in summer of 2022 with a breakup with both women. Steven is also communicating with Rose, what he believes is an 18-year-old sex worker, but is actually a 26-year-old British man sexually exploiting a 17-year-old girl from Texas. Steven shares all of his homemade pornography, including porn made with Melina, Stasia, Pixie, and I think there was one other person that was like named, without the consent of the women he filmed with. Steven shares intimate details of his relationship breakdown with Rose, including Melina's psych notes and DMs with Lauren Southern. Winter of 2024. In November of 2024, Rose, quote unquote, the 26-year-old man from the UK, decides that he hates Steven and will use her communications to blackmail and harass Steven. After the blackmail is unsuccessful, he taunts Steven while releasing all of their sexual communications to Kiwi Farms and drama streamers. It makes a splash on Kiwi Farms, but drama streamers / YouTubers are hesitant to cover it. They don't want to expose the victim of the leaks to additional harassment. Some of them, like Turkey Tom and Nick DiOrio, are former fans and friends of Steven. They don't want to be dogpiled by DGG for exacerbating the claims. January 20th of 2025. President Sunday makes a video essay exposing the leaks to the broader Twitch and YouTube political community. Many people, including me, didn't look into it due to Pixie claiming that it wasn't her in the video, and we didn't want to draw more attention to the people who had their sexual material leaked. Sunday is criticized for doing so out of a Machiavellian desire to destroy Steven's career rather than a sincere care for the victims. The drama blows up. Most orbiters and friends distance themselves due to accusations. Accusations that Steven is an emotionally abusive, sexually reckless degenerate who has leaked homemade pornography of dozens of his former intimate partners to the internet through stupidity. Steven seems to admit some fault in direct messages to Straighteraid, Pixie's friend. Pisco/Steven's podcast in New York is killed as a result. Kyla/Steven's podcast in Miami called Bridges is killed as a result. Steven's aspirations for a liberal media company similar to Chorus is killed as a result. Steven has a studio in Miami that he can barely use, which is an ongoing expense, and he spent $100,000 of equipment. He bought $100,000 worth of equipment for said studio. And then creators and politicians are not working with him, and as a result, there's a huge opportunity cost. Pixie, I believe in January, by the way, sues Steven under the Cardi statute, and I'm going to read it to you as follows. Except as provided in paragraph 4, which is like pornography exceptions, an individual whose intimate visual depiction is disclosed in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or using any means or facility of interstate or foreign commerce, which I believe is referring to the internet, without the consent of the individual, where such disclosure was made by a person who knows that or recklessly disregards whether the individual has not consented to such disclosure, may bring a civil action against that person in an appropriate district court of the United States for relief as set forth in paragraph 3. Relief. In general, in a civil action filed under the section, an individual may recover the actual damages sustained by the individual or liquefied damages in the amount of $150,000 and the cost of the action, including reasonable attorney's fees and the other litigation costs reasonably incurred. And during said proceedings, in ordering relief under subparagraph A, the court may grant injunctive relief maintaining the confidentiality of plaintiff using a pseudonym. This is why Pixie has been operating under the pseudonym of Doe, but this is also part of the motivation for Pixie's team to say, well, Doe is getting coverage, is being sealed because of the sexually intimate and sensitive nature of the scenario. We should extend that. We should extend that protection to other people, right? This is so wrong. You're going to have to articulate how. You can't just say it's wrong. You have to articulate how it's wrong. February of 2025, the Snark Wars begin. Steven has been dox swatted and digitally harassed in the past. The Snarkers, an online community, form around vociferous criticism of Steven. JStock, a former orbiter, Queeman, a former fan, Esports Batman, a former fan, participate in a digital community documenting Steven's improprieties and viciously criticizing his content, defending his public reputation. The lines of attack include leaked sexual videos of his former partners, sexual relationship with Sherry, a woman with diagnosable borderline personality disorder, cheating on Melina with Lauren Southern, and lying to both partners resulting in his divorce, Steven's distant relationship with his son, Steven's relationship with Anna Voir, a woman with obsessive-compulsive disorder who Steven maintained a relationship with for 3 years while accusing her of stalking and harassment, support for the state of Israel, which they viewed as a genocidal state since October 7, 2023. Association with Ethan Klein, who is pro-Israel / anti-Hasan Piker, and Hasan Piker is a Destiny rival and digital enemy. All right. Sorry, diminished Dark Knot. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not that big of a slut. The DGG response. Steven mobilizes his audience to defend him, forwarding argumentation, and these are the arguments that I have heard. Rose is a British 26-year-old, and they are the true villain because he is the one who leaked it to the internet. All the anger directed at him should be directed at Rose. Steven is a victim of revenge porn because a former digital lover leaked sexually embarrassing material of him to the internet. Pixie is a spurned lover who has been twisted by her friends in order to hate Steven. Pixie's case is to extort Steven for money through her threats of suicide. Pixie's case is frivolous and will be dismissed any day now. Pixie's case is frivolous and is intended solely to maliciously punish Steven for her own deranged hatred. The Snarkers have formed a community of deranged hatred designed to peel away all of his friends and family by digitally harassing them whenever they associate with Steven. The Snarkers, even if they can't individually be proven to have swatted and doxed or harassed him, are a nexus of hatred that are stochastically responsible for his doxing, harassment, and swatting. Okay? I'm continuing this documentation, but DGG response part 2. Since the Snarkers cumulatively are responsible for Steven's doxing, harassment, and swatting, they themselves can be doxed. Steven doxed Wicked Supreme for being critical of him. I truly do not think there is a good reason for doxing Wicked Supreme besides hating Wicked Supreme for hating Steven. I have not heard a good reason for why Wicked Supreme should be doxed. Doxing Esports Batman from being complicit with the Snarkers by giving JStock legal feedback on court proceedings. Doxing or fail doxing JStock. Calling for the dox of Queeman. Calling for the dox of Doobie. Alluding to Pixie's docs being available in other places besides his stream or court case. Darius going to Ryle Kittenhouse's neighborhood based off of his docs. And trying to get Pixie's immigrant paperwork wife deported using Myron Gaines as a Department of Homeland Security contact. So, somebody was saying that, no, this is so wrong, I would stop now. But I want to see, you know, if you articulated anything that was actually incorrect. She thought she was 19. No, I've seen DMs where she was 18 turning 19. So I think that detail is probably irrelevant as well. Dewey said, also had a multi-year harassment campaign against Comrade Piker, which includes doxing and harassing his family members. I would need to see that substantiated before I wrote that on my mind map. Taking a look. Destiny has been clear. Never use him. This is a lie. Mellenwammer said this. Melina still knows Destiny. This is so wrong. I would stop. What a narrative. This is bullying. Destiny can destroy this. And yet we don't have any refutations in chat. So this is something, Horses United, I hope you're on the other side of the screen still. I'm just going to tell you, this is something very annoying about Destiny sweepers, is that they will say, this is wrong, this has been debunked, this is wrong, this has been debunked. And yet when you ask for what is wrong and what has been debunked, they have no specifics. And that, to me, is the kind of, like, mental inconsistency that I borderline wonder, is it mental illness? Is it stupidity? Is it bias? What is it? You know what is it? Because truly, if you think that I have stated anything that's incorrect, you should be able to rewind about 5 minutes and cite what I got incorrect. There can be, how should I phrase this? In the total summary of the narrative, there can be nuances lost within the narrativization of the scenario. But nuances are not refutations. So for instance, if you wanted to say, well, Steven, he initially disclosed the pornography within 2 weeks, but then he only disclosed Melina's psych paperwork and the breakup, 8 months after they had known each other, then I would consider that a nuance, not a refutation, right? It's not that Steven didn't disclose all of that information to Rose. It's just that you want it to be clear that the sexual communications were early and the deeper emotional confidant communications were after 6 months of knowing each other on the internet. But that to me is not like, that's like a question of accuracy and nuance, not a question of refutation. So, Horses United, once again, I'm inviting you. You have since disappeared. You kept saying this is inaccurate, this is inaccurate, this is inaccurate. if you're still in chat, I'm inviting you to point out what the inaccuracies are. So, anyways, it doesn't seem like a healthy chunk of other people have statements that are pointing out inaccuracies in what I have narrativized so far. So, Amplifax's Sherry does have a criminal case pending against Destiny. I think it has been linked before. Sure. But I'm just telling you, my opinion, unless somebody links it to me and I review it and it states that it's still under investigation and there's a detective actively working it, at this point, we would have heard something. If there were criminal charges that were going to be filed, if there was going to be anything substantial coming out of Sherry's case, I think it would have happened already. That allegation was made 2 years ago, year and a half ago. So a criminal case, in my opinion, would have moved faster than this. So. Okay. Anyways, I don't see any major objections in chat. I see Horses saying that's inaccurate, and then when I'm asking for follow-up, he's not responding. So I'm going to continue with my mind map and the content. Okay.
Until tomorrow to file actual evidence of it, because because she kept saying
who's going to show up as their witnesses next time?
Oh, like for if we do it in a couple of weeks or whatever.
Yeah, in like for the evidentiary hearing.
I don't even know what they're claiming. I have no idea. Is this an extension? Why would the judge give an extension? I think she just, like I said, I would be surprised. I remember, like, I feel there's like an 85-90% chance that like she's basically ready to shoot the MSJ like in our direction. That it's like it's good to go, but she just wants to be like super sure that there's not like a silver bullet like spoliation claim or some crazy thing that might be outstanding that just hasn't been filed or something like that. So that's why she's giving them like just one more day to make sure they really have their shit down on this, and then if they can't, then it's done, hopefully. But I mean, this is, who the fuck knows, really. Maybe witness D, maybe my mom will come and testify on behalf. Who the fuck knows? Yeah.
Do we know who all of the witnesses are, or is that all under seal right now? Like ABC?
I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to risk anything. But like they're under seal, but like their screen names and everything are like included in filings, and like you know, like all of them are known at this point. Yeah. Did it come out that they filed the email chain without all the emails? Oh, she didn't like that. She's like, I don't want to read in your filings. I don't want to read. I don't want to read emails between lawyers.
He was not happy with that. When would an MSJ happen?
My hope is that she rules from the bench.
September.
My hope is we have the spoliation hearing, the last one, and then she was just on the bench. She's like, I grant it. It's done. I'll post the fucking thing like in 2 days, but but I don't know. So maybe like as soon as like best case scenario
next week,
like first week or second week at the latest of September, I guess. But like hopefully we get a hearing next Friday for this, the one that we have to do over now because they weren't ready. And then after that hearing, hopefully she rules from the bench on that, and then I guess dismisses
Jones
her claims.
wasting my money now too.
True. And then hopefully, soon after the MSJ follows, I guess. Yeah. Did any of the other rather scummy behavior you've discussed in the past get noticed by the judge? No, I don't think so, but it's because there's just been so
brother can't talk about it
many,
right now.
Yeah, and there's so many filings, guys. It's
280?
She said there were, because there have been mistakes and everything, but she said there were 250, and she even said, she was like, for a civil case like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, so far there's 292 things on the docket.
Yeah, but some of them will be like a misfile that they'll resubmit, but yeah. Oh, yeah, because she also brought up, she's like 250 filings and no motion to compel her. I think she might, it's stupid.
Why, what is like an average civil case docket like? Is it like 50?
If I had to guess for a case like this,
20?
probably less than 50. I don't know. You can go look up like other Doe Cardi cases or whatever.
Damn, you're not even at the top, dude.
Doe v. Trump. How many filings were in this case? This case was...
This is ongoing, no?
Well, no, it looks like it was dismissed like a week after filing, so who knows after this.
15?
Well, they dismissed that almost
after.
immediately, yeah. Epstein. Do you think that's the guy?
Holy shit, do you have more than Epstein?
Well, I don't... Some of these get dismissed quickly. This was filed in 2017.
But
there's also like... No, this is like... Oh, no, yeah, like a year.
Oh,
not a lot.
Okay, hold on now. Wait, but this is in 2024. Oh, never mind, I see.
Last updated 2026, I don't know why.
Sealed material disposed. Oh, but that's 2024. I don't know.
Retrieved. Okay. Is that everything?
I mean, what do you got to do? Is it money make an hour?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, no, I'm gonna go drink a bunch of, you ever heard of Robitussin?
Yeah. Oh, TTS. Ban that guy.
My hair is a perfect length right now. I hope it never grows again. I just want it to stay right here.
Bradley's got to book a new flight. Wait, why are you recording as well? Oh. Does he get auto-uploaded to your dudes?
Mm-hmm.
That's smart. Very good business.
I was gonna make a joke, but I already know that Joan is watching right now because she was like, I gotta get something from this fucking stream. I gotta fucking...
I'm always recording.
I can't believe I have no... I tweeted out that you're on notice for a lawsuit, just so you better be saving all your fucking communications.
And we have proof that he already knows it.
What?
That he knows that he was...
oh, because he read it on stream?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because this guy, he's so involved behind the scenes. There was... people were linking me that, like, 2 weeks ago or something, he was, like, saying on stream, he's like, I need you guys to send me every single thing on the timeline between whatever and whatever. And I think it's because... I think it's because he was helping... I think it's because he was trying to help them build their timeline or whatever, yeah. Oh, it might have been this. I think he's one of the people that's doing a lot of work behind the scenes. This is why I say they're, like, copying answers. This is why they can't, like, really make the, like, any competent arguments, because they're just copying...
it's somebody else doing it.
Yeah. Logistical and other people are feeding them all the information.
It's why, like, a deposition, you don't just have, like, a list of questions. Like, because
you should be familiar with the subject matter.
Fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. You saw that, like... Wait, you did see that the Jesus guy had been copy-pasting arguments from KB Farms, right?
I didn't see that he, like, directly copy-pasted. No,
you
but
didn't
I've
see
heard...
That he... Oh, fuck. Wait, which docket entry is his?
Somebody's asking if I can narrativize and make the doxing campaign timelined. That way it can be shown that the DGG doxing campaign started before any evidence of snarkers doing doxes. I can explain that momentarily. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull this up. I can't narrativize that timeline. That's up to the snarkers. I do not self-identify as a snarker. Okay, I don't identify as a rabid anti-Destiny person. I think I'm going to continue my role in the space as somebody who calls balls and strikes. And so, as a result, no, the snarkers are going to have to narrativize their own timeline shit. And you also have to understand that, like, I'm not going to just take the snarkers at their word, where they say, oh, well, the Snark Left Discord was created in November and Steven started the doxing campaign in March. Because I grew up on the internet. I know you can make alts. I know that you can use anonymous chat forums. I know that you can, basically like cover up your digital footprint if you're being prudent and careful. So why would I just assume that just because there isn't a Discord profile picture with your known handle spreading PII that you couldn't use alts or use anonymous forums in order to spread PII? Why would I vouch for your character when I don't know you that well? So no, I'm not going to vouch for the character of snarkers who say, oh, well, the Snark Left Discord wasn't formed until November and Steven started his doxing campaign in March, so it's a post hoc justification. That's for them to litigate. I don't give a shit, you know? But I think this is relevant, so let me go ahead and respond. DGG response part 3. Okay. The reason the doxing campaign is justified is because these people are stochastically responsible for Steven's digital harassment. Lonerbox received logs of the Snark Left Discord, a gathering place for people who hate Ethan Klein, Destiny, and Israel. That's actually in their like rules joining thing, where they talk about drama of the day and A-log people they hate. The evidence that Destiny and Dan Saltman produced from said logs that the snarkers are doxing, swatting, harassing, and therefore deserving of the doxing campaign are that Wix dox was posted within a month of the existence of the Discord, and that it was never moderated by mods. The snarkers' rebuttal to this claim is that they didn't see it, and it was never reported, so they couldn't moderate it, but as soon as it was reported, they did moderate it. And then Shamu and some other creator, I don't know who they are, but they are some Twitch they're not even Twitch and YouTube politics. They're like a commentary person. They're like a drama person. But Shamu and a commentary person attempted to get the PII, the personal identifiable information, of Tectone or a moderator of Tectone who was digitally harassing Pinky Chew on Twitter in violation of a court order, and therefore their familiarity with doxing tools and their comfortability publicly talking about doxing tools is indicative that this is a community familiar and comfortable with doxing and digital harassment. Destiny and Dan Saltman have promised that when the court case is over, they will release a manifesto including anti-snarker operations that expose the snarkers as vile, malicious digital harassers who deserve the doxing campaign. So, any corrections? Doobie says you should just message Jaystock and ask for his perspective on the case. He's been following it closely. No, Doobie, I don't want to get this close to the poop. I want to be, you know, Fell Runner's right, okay? The reason why I'm covering this is because this is what's happening. Steven is being incredibly abrasive and rude and terrible to his former friends and orbiters. So if he's going to be abrasive, rude, and terrible to his former friends and orbiters, then I'm going to cover whatever he's doing. Because nobody else has the fucking balls to, because they're worried about DGG snapping back on them. So yeah, I'm going to cover it. But I don't want to be in the poop myself. So Fellrunner, Valorfax, is correct that we should be covering this from the sidelines, and we shouldn't be a partisan actor within this dispute. That's not my job. Ken says, you're covering it because Doobie and others are paying you to. No, it's not even true. Kenny, I'm covering the content I want to cover. It's that simple. And you know, here's the other thing too. This is what's frustrating about this dynamic, is that you're trying to say that Doobie is giving me money, which is why I'm critical of Steven, but Steven has done plenty of terrible things to me. It's not... The snarkers did not convince me that Steven was a bad guy. Steven's actions convinced me that he was a bad guy. So, when you come in here and you're like, you're just doing this because of money. No, I'm doing this because this is the content I want to cover. I think it's relevant. It's a big deal in Twitch and YouTube politics. I'm going to do a mind map about why it's a big deal in Twitch and YouTube politics. And not only that, you can't even point out where I'm incorrect. It's not why you're critical. It's why you're covering it at all. I'm covering it because I want to cover it. That's the reason why I'm covering it. I'm covering it because I want to. I think Steven is a large actor in the space. If Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker, Destiny, Hutch, Pisco, if any of these people had allegations of sexual impropriety resulting in a court case, and then there were developments within the court case that are worthy of being covered, then I would cover them. So I don't even know, like, what's the criticism? And you understand that the silence, the people who are not covering it are not covering it because they're not covering it because it's not interesting. They're not covering it because they don't want people like you in their chat pissing and moaning and screaming and whining and complaining that you're criticizing their internet dad, because it's annoying. It's annoying. It's very annoying. DGG ball washers are very annoying. They're unpleasant to deal with. So anyways, I'm still mind mapping, so I guess let's let them continue to talk for a minute.
His expert witness testimony?
She said it was in the summary judgment, yeah. Oh, which is what you did.
In one of the, like, in a reply.
Isn't covering it kind of stupid? Why? No one has been able to debunk anything that I've said in chat. I'm normally at 40 to 50 live viewers. We're at 70 viewers now. Let's be real. 10 of them are probably snarker drama frogs. 10 of them are probably DGG ball washers. But why is covering it bad? Yeah, Mr. Record Stuff says, what terrible thing did Steven do to you? He doxed a picture, or he tweeted out a picture of my kid and implied that I was molesting my child. I think that's pretty bad. So yeah. Am I allowed to dislike Steven now? Now that Steven said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm hanging out sick with my child. And I sent him a Discord DM of a picture of me and my child. And he screenshotted that picture because he is credibly accused of sexually fantasizing about a woman who's obsessed with some children. And then he tweeted out a picture of me and my child implying that I molested my own child. Am I allowed to dislike Steven now? I think I'm allowed to. I think that's a reasonable reason to dislike a person, is when they tweet out a picture of your child to tens of thousands of people and imply that you molest them. Yes, that is a reason that I am allowed to dislike Steven. Steven doesn't have 13 followers. He has like 300,000 followers. You want to go take a look real quick and see how wrong you are? The Omni Liberal. Steven has 308,000 Twitter followers. And then this drama that has no interest has gotten 75,000 views in the past few hours. So, yeah. Sorry. You're just wrong and dumb, and you should reconsider your life. Yeah. Did you, But Connor, can't you see how happy and totally not soulless that eunuch Mutin is? Don't you wish that was you right now? Disavow. Anyways.
Yeah. Maybe I can't remember, but I thought they said like attachment 2.
I don't have the link to the exact post, but it's really funny because when you read this guy's like special report, the arguments that he's using for showing that I'm like tampering with this evidence
Or like directly.
it's like to the punctuation. Like he copy pasted. There's a guy called Code Cave who I guess is doing free legal work for them. He copy pastes the arguments like directly from his thread.
Did he make sure to cite them?
So not only did he not cite them, okay, which is I can't imagine how. I don't know if it's like a Daubert hearing or whatever. Not only did he obviously not cite them because you're paying an expert witness for them to give their expertise, not to just launder some other bullshit opinion. But the funniest thing about this was that when he filed this fucking stupid, horrible thing, this most tech illiterate dumb shit in the fucking universe, this is just the funniest thing in the universe. So this is like the court reporter site, right? Or the court listener site. These arguments all here are copy pasted word for word. But the issue is when he was copy pasting this stuff, this fucking piece of shit forgot to change. Like he scrubbed this and like typed it up again.
Yeah.
But he forgot to on this one here. If you click this link, the image, it goes.
Oh my god!
It's so shameless. It's so shameless. It links right to KiwiFi, but he forgot to mask this one. Yeah. Like on this one, yeah, you see he typed the link, and on this one he just copied the image, and it shows like it links right to the attachment, and it's just like. This is their expert witness. Like this guy should have his whole fucking job destroyed, in my opinion. Like he should you're laundering
other people's shit as an expert.
Yeah, and again, if I was crying more, right? This is literally the website that she claimed was making her suicidal and posted all of my fucking illicit material and everything, and you're just copy pasting their opinions on this court case. It's
pretty
insane.
Disgusting. And after you gave JStalk you put him on notice. It was interesting that they went and deleted their whole fucking YouTube channel.
Yeah.
All the videos.
How does that not make somebody lose their credibility totally? Like, can't that get the case dismissed? I think they're called Daubert hearings, is where you challenge an expert witness. I don't even know what stage that would be.
From?
Yeah, when like if we were to actually go to trial on this, I don't know if it would be like in like April or May or
It'd be next year or the year after.
well, because I don't even know all the pre-trial shit that we would end up arguing. And again, because these guys, I guess you get to just make these arguments in the most ridiculous ways. And again, I understand the patience, I guess, from the judge, but like it's just I feel like I'm doing state court litigant pro se stuff is what it sounds
There
like
it
from
is,
all
yeah.
these. Oh yeah, this was him. Yeah, and you could see that the
Oh, so you even have like your lawyer even went on this?
yeah, because I went because when he filed his expert report, I went through the whole fucking 27 pages and I wrote like a 20-page response to my legal team. I'm like, this is everything you're saying. All is retarded. Here's where all these are coming from. Because it's ridiculous. Because he's making tech arguments that are like sophisticated enough that like a normal like lawyer probably doesn't follow. But like if you understand what the guy is saying, like he's saying that he's making these arguments where it's like Discord had a huge vulnerability a long time ago where links were publicly accessible and you could host malware. But the vulnerability was just that when you link something on Discord and then you copy the link to somebody else, that link would never change. So you could use Discord to host a bunch of malware.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that people can access things from conversations. But he was trying to make that argument. But it's just so it's like if you don't like know the tech, I guess it could be confusing. But if you understand what he's saying, it's retarded. Hold on, I'm trying to. This is just the parts here. So like you can see the like here, right? Like you can see like down to the punctuation.
Yep.
Like he just copy pasted.
Yeah. It's
Code
a
Cave's
direct
argument.
Copy paste.
Highlighted link begins with the 1K, and the other one from the
The
UCF.
fact this seat should be like a huge deal.
Yeah.
I would think that the judge like this is disqualifying. Like you're an expert witness, you can't just copy paste somebody's from a Kiwi Farms thread.
That's But what are you gonna do? I don't know. Okay.
Oh, did you talk about any of the Florida hearings?
Florida hearings.
Sorry, not the Florida hearings. The election.
Oh. Yeah, our boy Moskovitz won.
Yeah.
Which was good.
He tweeted at Hasan.
Which was epic. A lot of people got soy as fuck about it, which, whatever. Did man...
Kenny says this doesn't affect you. Who cares? Number one, I'll do a mind map on why Twitch and YouTube politics is potentially important. I'm also going to state that I've been Steven's online friendly debate associate for 6 years. I was arguably an in real life friend of Steven's for about a year, maybe year and a half. I was also one of the few people who were willing to tepidly defend him against the worst and I believe hyperbolic criticisms of his behavior. And also, Steven's behavior affects the rest of Twitch and YouTube politics. Have you noticed that within the past week, we've had a discourse over whether or not liberals, in reference to Democratic Socialists of America, should embrace the far left, or whether or not they should, basically try to push them out of the Democratic coalition? That has largely been driven by a schism between Steven, Pisco, and Hutch. So yes, he still dominates discourse within Twitch and YouTube politics. So why am I going to sit here and fucking pretend that Steven's personal or professional behavior is on an island and doesn't affect anything else? I truly think you are a stupid person, and or you're in here ball washing because you're mad that somebody is criticizing somebody that you're favorable towards. It's sad. I think it's pathetic. Like, I truly, truly, truly think that being in here, number one, if you're doing this for your own sick entertainment, that's kind of pathetic. But at least you're doing it as like a mercenary who gains some kind of like sick enjoyment out of saying things that are spicy in order to trigger a streamer, in order to get them to respond to you. Like, at least that has like some level of motivation. If you're in here because you like Steven so much that you want people to stop criticizing him and talking about him unless it's exclusively in a positive way, that is truly pathetic. Like, a troll is less pathetic than someone who is actively trying to police negative criticism of an online political figure. So what I would say, Kenny, is like, if you're a troll, you're pathetic. If you're here to police other people's criticism of your internet e-dad, that's doubly pathetic. So, gross. Okay. I think streamers covering streamers is pathetic. Oh, okay. Well, Kenny, I'm going to go ahead and say that you are my first ban since mass amnesty because you are watching content that you don't want to watch. So I'm going to help you. If you are a troll who gets a sick rise out of trolling streamers, getting them pissed off, one guy in them in chat, your life is pathetic. And you need to, like, reorient your life. And if you are a Destiny ball washer who comes into people's chats in order to police the way that they criticize other streamers, that's sad too. Either way, I am going to... You are truly the first ban, and I tried to tolerate you for as long as I possibly could. You need to reevaluate your life. Okay? You need to reevaluate the way that you spend your time on this planet. You need to realize that you are going to die in the next 40 to 50 years. And if you are going to spend every single day of yours watching online content that you yourself do not like, that is a waste of your life force that God has given you. Okay? So I would strongly, strongly, strongly recommend reorienting your life. God bless. Good luck.
Manly do a second talk with you? No. Oh, ditch a second talk with me? No. We did one talk, but he was like a standard, like, cool lib back then. But then he made this really fucking cringe DSA turn, and he got fucking shit on in his election. So rip.
Rip.
Yeah, there's a bunch of drama with this Nixon lady won the Senate primary here, which has a lot of people on the ground kind of triggered. But okay, I'm leaving. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe.
Ripperino cappuccino.
Ripperino cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, albuccino, my dinerinos. I will catch you guys again tomorrow for another 8-hour stream at 1 o'clock sharp, like we do every... Wait, John Pork.
No, we are not range hot for trolls. If somebody does something in terms of service, I expect moderators to do like a 24-hour. But no, we are actually going to do a minimum amount of ball twisting so that we can have contentious arguments in chat. So sorry to the people who loved the 50 viewer cog of a few dozen chill people hanging out, singing Kumbaya, eating hot dogs and cheeseburgers and drinking beers. Those days are over. We have been abandoned by some of the strongest coggers on the planet. And so as a result, we're leaning into hell. And it's up to you on whether or not you want to follow me into hell. Sweet, looks like it's ending. Nope. 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 Matter of fact, I'll put it up to a poll. Okay. Well, no. I still have Destiny shit to cover. I still need to mind map while Destiny's in the space. So if you are important in the space, so if you're like sick of Destiny criticism, if you're a cogger, you don't like reviewing the court case or whatever, what I'm actually going to do right now, because I still have Destiny mind map shit that I want to do, I'm going to pull up my old fucking video essays. Because here's what's interesting about this to me. Okay? These were viewed as sweepy Destiny defenses back in the day. But in my opinion, they were actually calling a spade a spade. Okay? They were calling bullshit bullshit. So, what I would say is, yeah, if you don't want Destiny coverage, you're sick of Destiny coverage, you were just waiting for the next segment or whatever the fuck, that's fine. I'll try to get to another segment by the end of the day. But I still have one important mind map to do. And I want the opportunity to do it while still streaming. And I also want to go over the... I also want to give the heathen heresy, the incest heresy, and I want to go over the fraction with the cog. So, what I would say is the Destiny report abuse summary, in my opinion, is an accurate summary of the Mr. Girl report. Okay? There's a little bit of a 20-minute prelude where I go over like Destiny's early life, how his and truly it was viewed as a defense of Steven at the time. Some people, I think it was Demon King Drago, they objected to me using Steven as a teenager living with his dementia-riddled grandma who euthanized 20 dogs over the course of several years as an unfair below-the-belt dick punch that made him uncomfortable. Okay? However, that statement of Steven's sociopathy potentially being rooted in his grandma euthanizing 20 healthy dogs over the course of several years while Destiny lived with her and she was like dementia riddled and all that kind of shit, that was arguably used as a defense in the Destiny report summary, which was a summary of the Mr. Girl report. So I invite you, if you're like, Connor threw some fucking dick punches, I don't agree with his Destiny coverage, he kind of fucking sucks, etc., 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 then go ahead and watch the Destiny report summary, allegations or abuse on Counterpoints Politics, and tell me if I'm being unfair. Because I still stand by 99% of what I put into that piece of content. What I'm going to do, though, is that the 2025 allegations incident carries potential civil and criminal penalties. This is a video essay that I created in February or March of last year, and it was viewed as a sweep piece at the time, and yet I'm pretty sure I stand by 99% of what I said. Okay? Rodney Hobbs, is there something being presented I'm supposed to care about? What the fuck is happening? Rodney Hobbs, if you don't like the content, go watch something else. Hold on, I'm gonna show you something, Rodney Hobbs. This is amazing. You're gonna love this. Okay, so let's just do this for a second. All right, here's a more Pegasus video apologizing to Hasan. Okay, and here is him apologizing to Hasan. Maybe it's about him getting sued, etc., etc. But let's say that I'm a Hasan ball washer, and then I decide, actually, this is sarcastic. More Pegasus is just drama baiting. I don't even like this content, etc., etc. I'm going to show this to you, Rodney Hobbs. You're going to be fucking blown away, okay? Look at this. Up here in the top left is a back button. You can click back. And then there's a host of other content for you to watch. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Chatting with Pisco. 2 large liberal streamers are talking to each other. $100,000 rebuilding our 1946 Chambersburg power hammer. That's available. Here's some drone footage videos. Here's a guy surfing in the ocean. Here's a cheerleader doing a high kick where you can see her butt. Here is a video essay on Mandalorians. Here's a video about Alex. The world is yours. So you don't have to sit in my chat and bitch. You can go find content. Okay? Is Pisco still struggle sessioning? We'll find out when I'm done with my drama essay. So anyways, this is still the same segment, basically. This is me. I want you guys, if you hear something, I'm going to continue to mind map. If you hear something in this video essay that you object to, either as a Destiny ball washer or as a snarker, I want you to point it out, and we can litigate it in chat while I continue to mind map. Jonah Boy, what are we doing? We covered Steven's case. I'm doing some mind maps in reference to Steve. I'm not purging. I literally banned one guy, and Rodney Hobbs, despite being a rude bitch, is still here. Stop complaining. Okay? Jesus Christ. Ban one guy, and you guys, B for Brian, loses his tits. Calm down. Okay. Anyways. This is the path we're on. If you don't like it, click the back button, go do something else. Okay? Let's go. Hi guys, welcome to Counterfire. My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down the Destiny allegations of January 20th and the social and legal fallout. This has been the capstone of the Destiny dramas of 2022, and hopefully will be the end of his reckless behavior, as this incident carries potential civil and criminal penalties. Destiny engaged in unethical, potentially illegal, and hypersexual conduct through 2023, and was released in November of 2024, which exploded 2 months later on Inauguration Day, January 20th. It was revealed that Steven had spread recordings of his sexual escapades without the consent of the people involved, and that he allegedly had secretly audio recorded sexual interactions and also spread those without consent. This has been deemed particularly nefarious because not only does it violate commonly held social norms, but it also violates his own stated opinions on intimate interactions documented over the course of a decade of streaming. This has had disastrous effects on his public reputation and his vast network of orbiters, as longtime friends of the channel have either stated they are gonna stay away pending legal resolutions or are severing their connections entirely. Those unwilling to condemn him in the harshest of terms and those pointing out issues with his enemies' criticism are facing backlash. At time of recording, there are 4 open and public victims of this particular behavior, with it suspected that many more might be affected. People are also holding their breath, wondering if this is just the tip of the iceberg of Steven's offenses. So far, no one has come forward alleging more serious crimes, but there always remains the possibility that more can be revealed with time. Now, some people might be asking, why is this important? Why are so many people spending so much time on the sexual improprieties of a streamer? And the answer is because it damages a large financial, political, and social network that changes how people are going to interact in the Twitch and YouTube political scene. Many who enthusiastically participated in Destiny's orbit are either dedicating themselves to solo projects pending legal resolution or swearing off collaborations with him for all of time. For now, let's analyze what is available at time of writing. In my summary of the Mr. Girl report, we went over many of the relationship issues Steven experienced in 2021 and 2022. This included having a hookup with a former pop singer and adult model Lavloon, which he later demeaned, leading to a public blowout. Steven had an emotional and physical affair with the distant right-wing political commentator Lauren Southern. This affair hurt his now ex-wife Melina, who sought emotional solace from an orbiter named Darius. Melina and Steven were in an open relationship, meaning they could have romantic interests outside of their marriage, but partners in these arrangements typically have input and veto power over new relationships. Steven did not consult with Melina and likely lied about the emotional and physical depth of his affair so he could continue it. While Melina was hanging out with Darius, Steven invited the orbiter Sherry over for a hookup, but then changed his mind, leaving Sherry emotionally destitute and suicidal. Subsequently, Steven and Melina got back together, and along with DGG, they bullied Darius as his dog was on the verge of death, making fun of him for being emotionally and financially unstable. Steven accused Anna Voir of being an insane, emotionally unstable stalker while also sending her sexual text messages over the course of 2 years. I think this is a micro summary of the Mr. Girl report leaning into the drama of February of 2025. But I will tell you that the dog bullying, being a multi-millionaire and having somebody that you claim to be a friend, having a dog with a terminal illness, and then basically shitting on him as he's like in a clearly depressive, borderline suicidal state. That alone was like so fucking insane to me that it was so off-putting that I didn't want to like burn the bridge or whatever, but that's where I was like, that is rawly sociopathic. That is rawly sociopathic. So, are we snarking counterpoints now? Yes, we are. It came out in the court case that Pixie suggested that they record their stuff. Yeah, it also came out in the court case that Steven DM'd another person in 2024 saying that he definitely did not have consent to share said sexual recordings. So what does your shit change about the case? Because literally in the statute itself, in the Cardi statute itself, it states that consenting to recording sex acts is not consent for those videos to be shared. Like, I'm going to pull this up right now, Demon King Drago. I really am. Because, like, what you just said, if you thought that that was a defense of Steven, it's literally explicitly listed in the statute that it is not a defense. That's a summary. Where's the actual statute? Here we go. Maybe this is it. Organizing, identifiable minor, graphic. No, that's definitions. Let me go back to the original one that we had. Give me a second. I do think it's funny that you literally brought up something that is specifically forbidden by statute. For the purpose of an action under paragraph 1, the fact that an individual consented to the creation of the depiction shall not establish that the person consented to its distribution. Dude, you literally added me bringing up something that is prohibited by statute. Okay? Yeah, don't be an R-slurred goon clown. It's expensive. True. Demon King Drago says, not a defense, chill, homie. Dude, I'm pretty chill. It's been a few months after the drama or whatever. I feel like shit's settled. I don't have thousands of DGGers coming into my chat to try to kick my fucking dick in. So I am relatively chill. Like truly, the one guy that I banned today or whatever, that's how schizophrenic you're gonna have to be to get banned in my chat. You can be a substantial level higher of deranged and schizophrenic in my chat compared to how you used to be. So. Alish, no one has produced a log showing Destiny told someone he didn't have consent. Yeah, they did. It's in Pixie's filings. Give me a second. All right, here we go. Second, on November 29, 2024, immediately after the solo leaks, defendant exchanged messages with an individual named blankety blank. Blank wrote, is Pixie okay? Have you spoken to her? I'm assuming that she okayed you sharing videos of her like that. The defendant responded, oh no, lol. I seriously doubt it. We took some videos but didn't discuss it. I doubt she's okay with it. So, are you just wrong, Alishness? Are you biased? How do you want to play that next? You know? Pulling up JStock to pull the log is funny. Genetic fallacy. That's an email? Officer Nasty, can you send it to me again? What about it being an email substantively changes the fact that Steven communicated that he didn't have consent? Okay, it's fine. We'll debunk you anyways. Officer Nasty, send it to me again, please. Oh, here. Right here. Here's a Discord log. It's almost like they're lawyers, so they wouldn't lie in their sworn written fucking statements. Alishness, you are a medical marvel. Okay? Here's a Discord log. Here's a question mark PFP, because I think the person was another one of Steven's ex-girlfriends. Weird. He seems to have too many girlfriends at one time in order to maintain stable relationships where his exes don't want to fuck him over. And this is a Discord DM. Dated 11/29/2024 at 11:04 p.m. Oh no, lol. I seriously doubt it. We took some vids, but didn't discuss it. I doubt she's okay with it. So yes, there is a log. Do you want to walk that back, or do you just want to say, oh, it's just an email? There's no way you think that's a Discord log. The font isn't even right. Okay, so what you're alleging, because I think you might be a crazy person, is that the lawyers are fabricating evidence and entering it in. Are you serious? I don't care what you call it. Did Steven communicate with an ex-girlfriend stating that he didn't have consent? Yes or no? You're naive? Okay, so just to be clear, Alishness, you think that Pixie's lawyers have fabricated evidence. They fabricated evidence and they submitted it to the court. That might be so dumb. You think I'm dumb? I think you might be incredibly dumb. None of that shit is proven. Okay. Listen. I'm just going to pretend that you have a mental illness, and I'm going to move on. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So Steven now has half a dozen ex-girlfriends who are all alleging that he's a piece of shit, but Steven is a nice guy and he's the victim. Cool beans. All right, Alishness. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I like that. That's awesome. I love that. That is a cool part of my life. That is a very, 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 very cool part of my life. That is awesome. Sauce of Awesome. Thank you for not only, hey, Bud, thank you for the oil the other day with the 10 gifted. And thank you for the membership. I appreciate you. Oh. This is funny. Sorry, this is funny. It sure does suck believing in absolute blatant lies. And then Unork says, Owlish never said that. It sounds like she just said that 3 seconds before you said that she didn't say that, Unork. Literally as you were typing, Owlish never said that the lawyers were lying. She literally typed in my chat, it must be crazy to believe such absolute blatant lies. I'm going to do this. What the fuck do I do with that? I am befuddled. I am fuddled. She literally said Destiny was nice earlier in the stream. I was talking about whoever. How do you know they're lying? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's mental illness. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's not malevolence. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's mental illness and it's bias. It's not malevolence. There's no reason to get angry. There's no reason to get angry. She's probably a good person. She probably works a job, pays her bills, and takes care of her friends and family. She's probably a good person. There's no reason to get angry. Okay. Okay. All right. Back to it. Back to it. While going over all of this, there was a piece missing to the puzzle. Steven's communications with an OnlyFans model named Rose. Steven was sending private messages to Rose. These messages included intimate photos, videos, and audio recordings of men and women that Destiny had previous relations with. There's little reason to believe that these intimate messages were sent with the consent of the other parties involved, and if anything, several of the people have come out and said that they explicitly did not consent to these communications. These include Pixie, Stasia, Melina, and Sherry, although some differentiation is required. Pixie had an intimate video recording in which she was identifiable. The recording was consensual, the sharing was not. Pixie is a public person, but does not make her sexuality a cornerstone of her content. I do not know what kind of content was exposed for Stasia, but it has been publicly commented that it was intimate in nature. Stasia also does not make sexuality a cornerstone of her content from a cursory glance. Most people have ignored Melina's content being shared without consent since she is an OnlyFans model and creates lewd material for public consumption. However, according to Melina, the content released in these messages was privately produced and shared without her consent, which does open Steven up to civil liability. Finally, with Sherry, an intimate audio recording was allegedly created without her knowledge and also shared without her consent. Steven also has logs stating that he did this in a homosexual hookup. While this is perhaps the least violative in the content that was created, it is also the most violative since it was created without the consent of the involved parties. According to the online rumor mill, Rose had this content for 2 years, but an ex-boyfriend published it to the internet in November of 2024. It also stands to reason that Rose was likely not the only recipient of these recordings without consent, and that more may be revealed with time. While people were curious as to why this content existed and was being shared at all, many drama and Twitch and YouTube politics creators held off on commenting because they did not want to draw more attention to the victim's publicly released sexual content. This changed on January 20th. President Sunday is a left-wing streamer and a longtime critic of Destiny. He uses friendship with a streamer named Aaron, also known as Straighteraid, to gain information on private negotiations going on between Pixie and Destiny. Aaron was a longtime friend of Pixie and expressed frustration that Pixie had unrealistic expectations about settlement out of court for damages caused by the video's release. These frustrations resulted in her trusting President Sunday with screenshots of messages showing the negotiations. Okay, I expect anybody in chat who objects to anything in this video essay to basically bring them up in chat. Okay, but I'm going to read these last two things before I do another important mind map. So, I went over effectively the beginning of the the allegations, the snarker war, the doxing campaign, the counter doxing campaign. And despite one person in chat saying this is wrong, this is a lie, this is bad, when asked what specifically was incorrect about the narrative so far, they were incapable of articulating anything that was actually wrong with the narrative. So let me go ahead and finish this out for this mind map at least. So the COG response, my community, the community of Girl Hottest, me as its leader, and the people that I was hoping to cultivate as a community. The COG response was, I was hoping that the drama would calm Steven down, and what I mean by that is he would stop being so sexually reckless. I was hoping that being his friend, he would stop being a self-destructive sexual freak. I was hoping that Kyla and I, because I do think Kyla does have some social conservative instincts and some social, as a Christian, she might be a progressive in a political sense, but as a Christian, she does have conservative instincts. And so I was hoping that Kyla and I, since we were the only people left who were still being friendly with Steven at the time, that as the last few people trying to be Steven's friends, we could be a positive influence on him and he would stop being such an asshole. I tried to maintain neutrality during the snark wars while being tepidly defensive of Steven against unreasonable attacks, maligning him as a willful predator, rapist, pedophile. I still maintain 99% of my assessment, which we're reviewing right now in like March of 2025. Steven stated that Vyvanse helped him control his sexual urges. Steven stated that he was substantially more responsible in sexual matters that might compromise his career compared to before the Pixie drama in 2022. Steven stated that he was focusing on the news and politics in an attempt to rebuild his credibility. These are the things that I clung on to like a fucking life raft, despite the snarker wars, despite the doxing campaign, despite the J-Stock beef, despite the Queeman beef, despite the Doobie beef. Those statements right there are what I was clinging on to like a life raft, hoping that Steven would become a better person. Okay? Now, this is where the COG has had a schism. The Britney schism, aka the incest heresy. Okay? Hopefully, literally in the video that we were just watching, I said, hopefully this is the end of Destiny's sexual recklessness as it carries social and legal consequences. And I did truly hope that Steven would stop being sexually reckless, okay? But in November, I found out that a conservative Christian nationalist stated that his wife had been sexting Steven despite obvious mental illness in the wife, and that this sexual role play had included age play. He did not offer direct evidence besides text messages of him and his wife talking about the situation. He called he actually asked me to call his wife to discuss the situation because they thought that I was a relatively sane person close to Steven and I wouldn't be a dick about it. And I wasn't a dick about it at the time. I called the wife and she minimized and downplayed the allegations. Grassroots says no one but you has ever called it that, lol. I know. I literally just came up with somebody said that since Connor is a Warhammer 40K fan, this is like the Horus Heresy and Connor is Horus. So, I'm going to lean into it. Instead of the Horus Heresy or the Counterpoints Heresy or the Connor Heresy or the Cog Heresy, I'm going to call this the Incest Heresy. Okay? In May of 2026, during an ongoing fight over content moderation of snarkers, I received evidence that Britt had told Mr. Girl via anonymous email that she and Steven had sexually role-played molesting each other's kids, thus backing up the claims made by the husband in November. As a result of Steven not ending his sexual recklessness, I exposed his recklessness to the public and no longer have a good relationship with Steven, his orbit, and his community. So my question to y'all, before I close this mind map out, is what am I missing? What am I missing? Because in my opinion, regardless of whether or not you are a DGG simp or a snarker, this is a relatively accurate narrativization of events. And if DGGers come in here and they try to say, oh, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that, I'm actually probably going to figure out a way. I'll be like, hey, what's your Discord DM? What's your email? I'll send them this picture. They can read it on their own time, and they can tell me what I got incorrect. But this kind of begs the question, why do we care, right? Why are we covering Stephen's court case? Why are we covering what I stated in the past? Why are we covering the fallout? Now, I would say that this is all a prelude to the motion for summary judgment, right? Because one of two things is going to happen. Either the motion for summary judgment is going to happen and DGG is going to claim total and absolute victory for their internet dad, or what's going to happen is it's going to go to trial, and the snarkers are going to laugh about the ongoing court case because they know that it's costing Stephen a substantial amount of money regardless of final outcome. Okay? Rodney Hobbs says, we're covering it because Connor's weird. You're weird for being in my chat. You literally don't like the content. You are forcing yourself to watching something you don't like. That's weird. Anyways, I just got a text message. Give me a second. It's not related to this. I'm going out with a friend. Yes, King. Okay. And this is about daycare shit. I don't give a shit about you live to bitch. Okay, well that makes sense. All right, anyways, I don't see anybody. Demon King Drago says, can you send me the log? Sure. Sure. Give me a second. I have a feeling that this is a redacted log submitted for evidence to the court. So I don't know why we're like assuming that whoever produced this, Steven's other ex-girlfriend, is lying. And I'm not Grassroots Hegemon, why did you send me an AI video of Charizard assaulting Ash Ketchum? What is wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll watch it on stream. Give me a second. All right. I've already seen this, so I know how horrific this is. But fucking Grassroots Hegemon in the middle of stream decided to send this to me because he wants all of us to be horrified. So if you are horrified by the next minute of your life, then blame Grassroots Hegemon. All right, hold on. How do I full screen? There we go.
I f***ed your mom, Ash.
Eat lightning.
All right, I'm going to let that play again.
I f***ed your mom, Ash.
Eat lightning.
Okay, so if you feel... if you feel like this has hurt your brain, then I'm sorry. We drained the Pacific Ocean for this. All right. Anyways, we don't have to continue with the Destiny stuff. We can move to if you guys feel like the case has been sufficiently litigated. I got a DM where they're like, "Hey man, I'm a geopol nerd and I don't give two fucks about this. Let me go ahead and summarize. I'll just do a mind map. Instead of running in the background how absolutely unbiased and absolutely fucking correct I've been the entire time. And the snarkers are too hyperbolically anti-Destiny. And Destiny is too hyperbolically anti-snark. Let's just save this. The Destiny drama court case snark wars cog incest heresy map. There we go. All right. Then let me just form another one real quick, okay? I don't think anyone is arguing that Adam Mockler or Hasan Piker are inconsequential to politics. Okay? I don't think they're arguing that it's back. That Adam Mockler are inconsequential to politics. And so, what I would argue is that Hasan Piker is relevant to politics because he's on Fox News. He's a part of the national discourse. He's trying to yank the Overton window leftward. He's part of the Democratic Socialists taking over the Democratic Party. 30% of Democrats now identify as Democratic Socialists. He's had interviews and conversations with Bernie Sanders. He's had interviews and conversations with Rashida Tlaib and AOC. He was on stage with Abdul al-Sayed while Abdul al-Sayed, I think, was declaring victory. He was a part of the canvassing operation for Abdul al-Sayed. And so as a result, I don't think anybody is going to say that even if he's not outcome determinative, that Hasan Piker does not affect politics, right? National discourse, online discourse, canvassing, whatever the fuck you want to say. Nobody would say that he doesn't affect politics. Then, same thing with Adam Mockler. This is not going to be a good mind map, but I think you guys will just understand what I'm saying. Adam Mockler has a multi-million subscriber YouTube channel. He posts videos that get hundreds of thousands of views daily. He's on CNN, and he's debating former Bush administration officials. He's debating current Trump sycophants. He's helping set the national discourse, both on YouTube as an alternative media player, but also in legacy media. Not just that, but if he participates in electoral politics by endorsing specific candidates, doing certain fundraisers, doing this, doing that, he is going to be a part of national level politics. He is not going to be outcome determinative. Once again, I need you guys to hear me when I say, just because I'm saying these people affect politics doesn't mean that they're outcome determinative. It just means that they affect things. They are a larger than average collection of snowballs. Well, actually, they're a snowflake connected to a larger than average snowball that is a part of a snowball rolling down the hill that has the possibility of triggering an avalanche. Okay? That is what they are. They themselves are not the avalanche. They are a snowball rolling down the hill that has the possibility of triggering an avalanche. Okay? Or just being a part of the avalanche. Stephen, I will remind you, was one of the people who helped Hasan Piker get his start. You can actually find videos of Stephen helping Hasan Piker out with tech issues in Hasan Piker's house. Back when Hasan Piker was temporarily poor because he was moving from his fail-son job and moving from his Nepo nephew job into full-time streaming, and he said, I don't have a place to stay, Stephen DM'd Hasan Piker and offered him a house or an apartment from which to live and begin his content creation career. Arguably, their collaborative debates and their argumentative debates helped Hasan Piker increase his bona fides as an online political commentator. So Stephen is partially responsible for the rise of Hasan Piker. Adam Mockler is large enough that he participated in the Twitch and YouTube political scenes, particularly with Unfuck America, and particularly with some I don't know if it was a canvassing event. It was a debate event, right? It was a debate event. But the truth is that Adam Mockler has collaborated with Steven in the past. So if it stands to rationalize that Hasan Piker affects politics, and I don't think that's disputable at this point, if it stands to rationalize that Adam Mockler affects politics, then I don't know how anybody in their sane mind can say that Twitch and YouTube politics doesn't affect real world politics, nor that Steven has zero impact. And so what I'm done with as a result of this statement is he's a small bean. He just streams to 5,000 to 15,000 people. He only gets a few million views per month. He's, his personal life is none of your business. The way he conducts himself is none of your business. No. I flatly reject this. Our relationship is toast because of his personal conduct. Kyla's career has been affected by Steven's conduct. Dan Saltman's career, Mooten's career, Pisco's career, Hutch, IRI, all of these people are affected by what Steven does. So UFA. Unfuck America has made national level news multiple times as a competitor to TPUSA. Steven's negative behavior negatively affects UFA. And UFA is a national level brand. Digital Ground Game, even if they're operating separate from Steven, will be affected by his personal conduct. Josiah is affected by Steven's conduct. So yes, 100% Steven's personal and professional behavior matter, and they are worthy of commentary within the Twitch and YouTube political space. And anyone who says that they're not, I think is a fucking idiot. Okay? Are we good? You guys want to go stream snipe Hutch and whatever? Or do you want to take a break and do Geopoll? Oh shit, it's 2:15. We don't even have that much time. It's 2:15, man. Nice yap. Why are you dick watching? Because his dick watching affects his professional conduct. His dick and his conduct with his penis affects his professional career, and his professional career affects liberal politics. It is what it is. What do you want? Does not being open and weird with personal shit put a hard cap on how big you can get as a streamer? I don't think so. I think Hutch hasn't had, he streams to a few thousand people. He hasn't had any problems growing or maintaining a career despite not being actively engaged in crazy sexual shit. Pisco doesn't have any crazy fucking sexual shit. Who else is IRI, to my knowledge, doesn't have any crazy sex shit. Pondering is huge. He's not a streamer, he's a YouTuber, but he doesn't have any crazy sex shit. So what the fuck? What the fuck? And if he wants to be controversial, he wants negative attention, I'll be happy to give him negative attention. That's it. You want to behave poorly? You want to fucking shit talk people, dox people, you want to fucking harass people, you want to email their bosses, you want to fucking expose people to potential personal harm? Okay, I'm going to criticize you. It's that simple. What do you want? What do you want from me? Sounds like liberals need to be less pussies more than anything, and Destiny should improve. That is literally the prescription. Unork. The actual prescription here is not that Steven should kill himself, or not that Steven's career should be imploded, not necessarily that he should be incarcerated unless he's convicted in a court of law of doing something egregious enough against other people that he deserves incarceration. It's not that his career should die. I was raised Christian. I'm not a Christian literalist. Okay, but I believe in the capacity for redemption. I believe there's capacity within all of us to stop being pieces of shit. And I was actually kind of banking and hoping on the fact that Steven would stop being a piece of shit. But he's still being a piece of shit. So Yes, the prescription is liberals need spines. They need to be willing to criticize the far left and Steven's bad behavior. And Steven needs to stop being such an asshole. That motion for summary judgment gets granted, it gets fucking put to trial. He still needs to stop being such a fucking asshole. He fucking, on a professional level, he needs to stop being such an asshole so he could rebuild whatever he wants to rebuild within liberal politics, because he affects liberal politics. Yeah, funny how everyone in his life says that. Everyone around him must be a snarker. True. Use the F slur, please. I wish I could, but this is Valor, not Counterpoints politics. Demon King Drago says, I reverse image searched it with Google Lens and it showed the Discord logs and an AI chatbot site, so shrugs. I don't know and I don't care. The point is that this allegation is a part. Here's the thing. You and Alishness want to litigate whether or not this specific Discord log is true or not, whether or not this witness is lying or not. That's on you guys. Can we agree that regardless of whether or not Steven wins or loses his court case, he could stop being such a rabid piece of shit, have substantially more productive relationships, that his sexual degeneracy has harmed his career and therefore has hurt anyone around him in Twitch and YouTube politics? Unork says, feels like you are more critical of Destiny than other people because you expect great things from him. He could be a Jordan, but is stuck playing college ball. Relatively speaking, I'm still repulsed by his personal behavior. I think that he is vile for some of the things that he has done. But yes, he could have been as big as Hassan Piker. He could be affecting national discourse the way that Hassan Piker has. He could be affecting online politics the way Adam Mockler does or Josiah does. But instead, he is addicted to negative attention. And he is addicted to interpersonal drama. And he is addicted to mentally ill women. And it adversely affects his career. Matter of fact, he's Dennis Rodman. Connor's puritanical nature has hurt his career. Yeah, Rodney Hobbs. It's not his bad behavior. It's my opinion on his bad behavior, for sure. That's not the most coping comment that I've ever seen in my chat, ever. Okay? That has to be it's not Steven's reckless and terrible behavior that is hurting him. It's my criticism of his reckless and terrible behavior. Yeah, absolutely. That was the dumbest thing you have ever typed in my chat. It's almost mind-blowing. So, hold on. I want to show you guys Dennis Rodman because this is a boomer reference. Okay? For those of you who don't know, Dennis Rodman was considered an excellent basketball player. I don't think he was Michael Jordan level. I don't know if he was like LeBron James level, but he was still considered a wildly talented and successful basketball player. But he loved tattoos. He loved crazy women. He loved having crazy hair. He loved piercing. He loved doing drugs. And as a result, it is arguable that despite being one of the greatest NBA players of the late 1990s, his personal foibles fucked up his career. So, my big ass nuts hurt my career. That happens to the best of us. Freak athlete, no discipline. Tell me. Tell me that's not Steven. Freak athlete, obviously not a physical athlete, but freakishly talented debater and charismatic personality, wildly personally undisciplined and therefore damaging of his career. Yep. All right, kings and queens. Let me go ahead and thank the people who have donated, and let me go ahead and dip out. It's already 2:24, so we got our streams worth. We got our streams worth. I got shit to do. Going to hang out with a friend. What did I say? Okay. my friend, last time he was in town, we got baked. And I left my watch in his car. And it's literally been months. I'm actually very lucky that he has my watch. And and he's making fun of the fact that my watch has military time on it. But anyways, Sauce of Awesome, thank you for the membership. Doobie Doobie Doobie. Larry Hutchinson. Give me a second. Larry Hutchinson. Shapingro, Rifleman, Old School, Rifleman. Unork, Nameless Henchman, Airborne Kite, Anonymous Chatter with the absolute insane Hutch bald Marjorie Tyrell picture. I don't know if Anonymous Chatter is still here, but thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for that. That was wild. Old school. Thank you, kings and queens, for your financial support along with your viewership. Yeah, Targan says your career is not everything. He had exciting bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder, e-girl adventures. That's true. It's true. I don't leave the house because my balls are very big and heavy, okay? It happens to the best of us. Yeah. Rodney Hobbs says Connor made a fuss and suffered a loss. That's true, isn't it? Yes. But I would literally, Rodney Hobbs, if you put me in the same position again where I find out my friend is jerking off to the idea of molesting another woman's kids while pretending to have his impulsive sexuality under control, I'm going to expose him 10 times out of 10. I don't know why you would ever expect a conservative to behave differently. Ever. Libertarian might help you sweep for that shit. But a fucking anybody who has any conservative impulse whatsoever, absolutely fucking not. And here's one more thing before I go. You know I got kids, right? You know I got kids. So if I found out that my ex-wife was dating someone who masturbated to the idea of molesting my children, you better hope I'm not in the same fucking room with that person. Ever. Because if we're in the same fucking room, we're throwing hands. You know what I'm saying? Like and not only would I be throwing hands with the guy that did it, I would be seeking sole custody, and I would be trying to criminally prosecute my wife. So yeah, sorry. The fact, even in plot, like from a political analyst situation. Number one, conservative. Number two, parent. The fact that as a parent, you expect me to ignore that is crazy. Yeah, Rodney says, yeah, I was defending my position that your opposition hurt your career. Sure. But sometimes you do what's right. Right? Sometimes you suffer for the right thing. That is firmly established in reality. That doing the right thing doesn't mean that you are going to flourish. Doing the right thing, in my opinion, oftentimes involves suffering. So, don't worry. She's going to give up custody of her kids so she and Destiny can finally get married. Yeah, we'll see. That's what Devil said, that she was voluntarily giving up custody, but then she posted a picture to her Twitter recently stating that her kids have blue hair like their future stepdad. Did y'all see that? Sorry, one more vile thing before I go. Twitter. Brit. Somebody sent it to me. I don't know who sent it to me. Brit Destiny? Maybe. July 2nd. It's not July. That wick sweeping is fucking crazy. Anyways, Britt has a picture on her Twitter where she says, my daughter has blue hair just like their future stepdad. And according to her email to Mr. Girl, Steven masturbated to the idea of fucking her daughter. So, sorry. I'm not down with that. I think it's freak shit. I'm not going to hold my tongue. You know, you can stay in the community or you can't. I don't really give a shit. I truly do not care. All right. Demon King Draco says, as I said in our relationship, if nothing makes you want to be a wife beater before. True. Unironically true. All right. Anyways. Yep. You're creeped out? Good. I've been creeped out for months. All right. Anyways. And, you know, here's the thing. I pay a consequence for exposing it. You understand that, right? Like, people don't want to think ill of Steven. People don't want to think about this stuff because it's fucking gross. So even people who might be critical of Steven, they don't even want to think about it this much. But the truth is the truth. And I'm going to use the truth as a fucking hammer. So, anyways, I personally love you guys. Thank you to all the people who donated. Thank you to the 70 plus people who come and hung out. I promise tomorrow to the Geopoll guys or whatever. I promise we will try to focus on politics tomorrow. Obviously, I'll do the Hutch Pisco struggle session if that's interesting at all. I will try to do maybe some Geopoll in order to palate cleanse us after we have been, or after I re-exposed us to the vile filth that is this drama. But then, you know, after that, we'll try to do some real politics. So, I parasocially love you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a membership, if you got my parasocial love you. I hope you have a beautiful day, and we'll talk soon. Bye for now.